Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Mouse the horse had been missing since July of 2025, only to be found alive by snowmobilers in the Wind River Mountains on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the rescue was an all-hands-on-deck situation to reach and rescue the horse.
Horse went missing during a backcountry packing trip in July 2025, so they knew that there was a horse missing in that area. And one of the people who found the horse actually recognized it because he was on the packing trip where the horse went missing. So he knew it was that missing horse. They contacted the owner, and then everyone suddenly got a fire under their butts. So they put together a plan that involved several snowmobilers, a snowcat, and a river raft that was supplied so they could load the horse up and drag it across the snow. It was a one-horse open sleigh, if you will, and a successful effort. Once everybody put their minds to it and found the best time they do it, they did it.
They say you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. Well, in this case, Mouse was eager to be led anywhere that would get him to warmth and safety, but the horse was effectively trapped in the mountains. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association on Monday voted to move its headquarters, Hall of Fame, and museum to Cheyenne in 2029. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that PRCA's move from Colorado depends on one main thing.
It's contingent on funding to help with the move. I think the deal maker here is that it doesn't cost the PRCA anything to move. That's part of the deal. That's not the case, then they're not going to move.
Cheyenne Frontier Days Chief Tom Herzig says it's the rodeo equivalent of getting the NFL headquarters. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers reversed their denial of $58 million in federal Medicaid funds for tribal clinics after people protested. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative John Baer called it an accounting issue, while Representative Larson said Baer was, quote, covering his butt, unquote.
Baer says, hey, I want to explain. The governor could still move this money through using his own processes. I confronted Baer like, well, this doesn't match what you said when you voted to block this money. And he said, okay, but at least part of that was in the back of his mind.
Now, this all unfolded at Central Wyoming College in Riverton amid a protest, a legislative meeting of the Select Tribal Relations Committee, and tense testimony in which one lawmaker accused another of being disingenuous. Madeline Daly on Monday pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder for allegedly killing her 11-month-old son Basil in New Mexico following a custody dispute from Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that she remains held without bond amid potential federal charges.
On Monday, she went before the judge and pled not guilty to the charges of first-degree murder. She's currently being held without bond, pending her future court date. She's also currently being investigated federally. Jake Stoner, the boy's father, finally has the boy's remains home with him in Kilgore, Nebraska, and he's planning the boy's funeral for early February.
The boy's father, Jake Stoner of Kilgore, Nebraska, reported him missing after Daly skipped a custody court hearing, at which point Stoner was granted emergency custody and a federal warrant was issued for Daly's arrest. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday, January 20. I can't even see my eyes are so bleary this morning. January 20th, towards the end of the longest month of all time. Lead story today, big news, breaking news. Renee Jean has it for Cowboy State Daily. PRCA announces they've made their choice, made their decision. If all the ducks get in a row and the cards fall right, the PRCA headquarters is coming to Cheyenne, where they already have the daddy of mall that makes a one-stop shopping center for all things rodeo. How do you land the PRCA in Wyoming, where it belongs, by the way? A little bit of money and a whole lot of hustle. Meet the hustle. It's Rachelle Zimmerman. And Rachelle is with Leeds, Director of Business, Recruitment, and Retention. Rachelle, what role did you play and when did you get involved? On the timeline of things, PRCA wasn't necessarily contemplating a move. They're in, where are they? In
Colorado Springs.
Which you have worked down there. You are perfectly suited to bring this together. I don't want to say you did it all, but I want to know what role you played, how you were in the mix, because you've worked down there, you worked up here on the Front Range. They were perhaps running out of room, running out of space, looking for expansion. And then Wyoming kind of said, laid out the welcome mat. And at what point did you say, I'm getting in on this? We can bring them here.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, so it definitely wasn't just me. I'd like to think I had a little teeny piece of it, but there was basically a task force kind of started by Cheyenne Leeds. We saw an opportunity, an organization that would be a great fit for the Cowboy State. And we started diligently working towards what it would take to get them to leave Colorado Springs and come to Wyoming.
Who, the decision makers at PRCA, the headquarters, I'm assuming that's a board of directors. Who were you in contact with, and at what level were the talks at any given time? Because I think they were caught a little bit off guard with the news that maybe one day they would move. I think Renee Jean, who's really good at breaking news, broke that news. And they said, wow, we're considering, and that kind of got the ball rolling. How did the talks go? And on your side of things, what did it sound like? Like, oh, you got to come to the Cowboy State. Look at our license plate.
And our football team's the Cowboys. It makes perfect sense to me. I think conversations started kind of with the CEO, Tom Glaus, in May of last year, just kind of casual conversation. And then we made a presentation to the PRCA Board of Directors in August of 2025. So there is an overarching board of directors that kind of made that decision. But there were a lot of things that happened over those 6 months. There was that presentation. They came up here. We provided them with some different possible sites that we had already done some engineering on all those sites and we basically drove around and let them decide on what site made the most sense for them and would be most attractive. So yeah, this was a long process. We've spent a lot of time and effort and hustle, I would say, good word, to really make sure that they knew how much they were wanted here.
Yeah, how much hustle on this on behalf of Leeds? Rachelle is with us at the crack of dawn. She was ready to go before I was ready to go, and first thing on the show. So that just shows you the kind of can do that Leeds has brought to it. PRCA. So what is it contingent upon? Well, first, let's also go back to timing, the whole timing of the thing. Wyoming got a foot in the door first, I think, and then other bids, other offers. I know Texas was interested, and they've supposedly a dozen places said, come here, come here. Wyoming first in, and Rachelle, Leeds, and other Wyoming representatives made this state look the most attractive, I think. But we also have a budget session coming up, and there's money involved. We hear about this $15 million, seed money, and that session is pretty quick here, February 9th. So did that put a little heat, a little flame to the feet?
Yeah, so Cheyenne Leeds is the economic development organization for Cheyenne and Laramie County. We're a nonprofit, we're independent, we're not a government agency. So we work with companies all the time to try to attract them here. Usually they stay quiet for a little bit longer. Sometimes we work with companies for 5 or 6 years before they become public. Because there is a request for state funding and a necessity for that approval, we had to kind of share the information a little bit earlier. This was a direct Cheyenne lead, Cheyenne-centric project, but at the same time, it benefits all of Wyoming, and especially from the tourism aspect. And that's what we're looking at. We're looking for money from the tourism. It's a tourism funds for a development destination type of project. That'll bring a lot of people into the state of Wyoming and it'll benefit all of Wyoming. And so that's where we're seeing that $15 million request. Cheyenne Leeds, our own reserves, we put in $15 million. That is only, I see a lot of questions, like if they had gone somewhere else in Wyoming, would that money have still been available in another location from Cheyenne Leeds? It wouldn't have been. Because our job is to represent Cheyenne and Laramie County, and we are a membership organization. So we have almost 300 members that are members in order to let us do economic development, thoughtful economic development. So that is kind of those two $15 million buckets. I will tell you that this project won't happen without the $15 million from the state, and we hear that a lot. You hear the word corporate welfare. Company, they'll come here anyway. Why should we help companies do this? And we understand that view, obviously, but this will not happen without that funding. And then there's a great return on investment. If I gave you $1 and you gave me $10 back, heck of a deal for me. And that's kind of what we're looking at. The return on investment or the total economic impact of this project is about a little over $250 million over 10 years. So the people of Wyoming see that money back. That was originally tourism money, and the rest of that will all come back to the state.
Yeah, I like the investment being worth it. And I know that topic comes up a whole bunch, whether it's the business council or whatever, the others are waving money at the PRCA and saying, come here. And they're making a decision based a lot on the financials. And yes, with all respect to Cody, who, Cody knows rodeo, but the location, I think, had to be tied with Cheyenne Frontier Days, that huge rodeo. And talk about the location, as they say in real estate, Rachelle. I mean, being on the Front Range, being kind of right there. I know, for Wyomingites, it's down in the southeast corner, but it really It's closer to Texas, closer to Colorado, Oklahoma, Nebraska, all these states that rodeo, and it makes sense for foot traffic as well in that part of Wyoming.
It does. It's right at that intersection of I-25 and I-80, so it's a great crossroads. I think a lot of their decision was based on visibility and the hope that, visitors will increase. Because again, going back to that tourism side, they really want to make sure that the sport continues to grow. And we're seeing such growth in rodeo with the Cowboy Channel and, increased coverage over the last 10 years. So I think there's nowhere but up to go for rodeo. And part of that is having that museum and Hall of Fame right there available to everybody. And the hope is that it extends visitors' stay and increases tourism dollars into the entire state.
We're talking to Rachelle Zimmerman. This is what she does, Director of Business Recruitment and Retention at Leeds, helping bring businesses like PRCA agencies, organizations. How was this different, Rachelle, from other companies or businesses that are looking to relocate, whether it's a firearms manufacturer who wants to come into Wyoming because we're friendly that way, whether it's a corporation in California looking for a better tax environment? How did it differ attracting rodeo?
I think we kind of approached it with the same methodology. We talk a lot about the advantages of Wyoming, but it was also different for us because, manufacture, data centers, distribution. We talk about the tax environment. We talk about all the benefits, which of course are large and many. For the PRC, I think we really talked a lot about our culture here, our heritage, our dedication to the sport, and how it really makes sense culturally for them to be in Wyoming, the Cowboy State. So I think there was more of an emotional side to it, along with really being able to show their ability to grow and become a better organization because of the space, because of the opportunity. So I think it was just a different approach, but really selling some of the same things.
I did that appeal to the PRCA people? I know you can't speak for them, but I picture you like Mad Men, and who is like the lead ad guy, and you got the whiteboard, and you're saying there's tax advantages, and everybody at the board around the table is like, okay, and then there's Wyoming rodeo, we rodeo like crazy, and then everybody perked up. Did that resonate? Like Wyoming being so rodeo centric? Not that Colorado isn't, but yeah.
Yeah, I think some of it was the changing culture in Colorado.
Yeah.
I can't speak for them, but I have to think that our dedication to the sport has to weigh heavily on a decision, as well as an opportunity to have a new building, to have some other things, because we're looking at not just a headquarters campus, but also a Hall of Fame, a museum, a sculpture garden, outdoor exhibit arena, very visitor-oriented amenities on 35 acres that they just don't have in Colorado Springs. So I think they just saw the opportunity overall in a state that forever is going to be about the American cowboy.
Rachelle, I'm sorry, this is breaking news for me, and I haven't read the complete story. Is there a site, do we have a site found, located, targeted?
We do.
Okay.
We do. It's about 35 acres. And let's see, the best way to describe it would be on the southwest side of kind of the edge of the I-25 and I-80 corridor. So it'll have visibility from both interstates as people come into Cheyenne.
Yeah. Pull right in, make them their own exit.
Great location. Yeah, it's a great location. You'll see it coming from every direction.
Pull off here to rodeo. I like it. So what is this? We hear there's it's not, this isn't signed, inked, and done. This is contingent upon several things. As you know it, what is your optimism thinking like this can happen 80%, 90%, and what needs to be done to get it across the finish line?
Wow, good question. I would say, as the story talks about, we signed that memorandum of understanding that kind of described each person's place in it, the responsibilities and what was included, and that, they had chosen Cheyenne as their focus location. The next steps are really funding. We have to get the funding from the state to make the project happen. There's also the land acquisition that we're working through right now. We hope to see that in the next few weeks. So that shouldn't be a huge hurdle for us. I know it's been talked about, but that's an easy hurdle. The $15 million from the state is really the next thing. And then over the next 3 months, we would do, once those things are approved, if they are approved, we would move into the actual binding contract and coming up with that agreement, more formalized or more legally binding.
I know there's a lot of listeners that hope we get there. I can picture these words coming out of Rachelle's mouth or somebody on the Leeds team. You're not building a business when you come to Wyoming. You're building your legacy with room to grow. There you go, PRCA.
Yeah,
and
I couldn't say it any better myself.
And a community that values you. This is where your future takes root, building a legacy together. PRCA in Wyoming, that sounds like a great fit. You guys are working out of office right now until March. Where are you?
I'm at home right now. Our building for anyone who doesn't know, we're in the old historic depot downtown.
Yeah.
It's getting a little facelift, some new carpet and paint, and, we're excited about that and, the updating, but it does mean we're working from home for a little bit, which we didn't even do much of during COVID. So it's been an adjustment, but it's nice. You can get some things done around the house, on your lunch break too.
Yeah, I know. I'm at home too. You don't have to sell me. Let's make PRCA come home to Wyoming. I love the idea. Rachelle Zimmerman joins us from Leeds. Great job, Rachelle. Keep at it.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming on. Let's take a quick break this morning, and we're going to be talking more about the PRCA move to Wyoming.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show, and a big thanks to Rachelle Zimmerman for joining us. She's part of Leeds, part of the effort. crucial part of the effort to bring and attract the Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association to Wyoming. For those of you not rodeo, for the 3 of our listeners who don't know rodeo, or 2, come on, we all rodeo, right? The PRCA, Professional Rodeo Cowboys Association, is the league that oversees professional rodeo members. It's like the NFL for football players. The PRCA is the agency that everybody rodeos under. PRCA sanctioned rodeos across the country take place all year, including Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy of them all, the Calgary Stampede, all the great rodeos. They rodeo a lot down in Texas, too. We love our Texas rodeo friends. But when the PRCA was considering expanding where they currently are, they've been in Colorado near Pikes Peak since 1979. They're kind of outgrowing their space. And I believe that got internal discussions going about, can we expand? And they felt kind of landlocked there, and they thought maybe not. And then there's this whole notion, and I don't know to what degree you had to be, a fly on the wall in the board meeting, but the whole notion that Colorado is becoming less and less rodeo, more and more marijuana and hacky sack. And maybe, that maybe Colorado doesn't say rodeo to America anymore. And Texas and Wyoming certainly do. And so news of this idea that maybe one day we're going to outgrow this space, and that day is considered to be, I think they're targeting 2029. So we're a few years out. But I think that kind of leaked out of a boardroom meeting and onto the page of the Cowboy State Daily, where Renee Jean got wind of it. And Cowboy State Daily broke the story that PRCA considering moving, and everybody on the board of the Professional Rodeos Cowboy Association probably read the paper that day. What? Okay, I guess we are. And that really accelerated the ball rolling. Next thing you know, Wyoming is saying, come here. They send Rachelle Zimmerman and other folks from Leeds, and I'm sure the governor involved, and trying to woo the PRCA out of Colorado into Wyoming. That started, as you heard Rachelle say, back in last spring, in May of 2025. The efforts continued. Wyoming, I think, was first on it. And then every Johnny-come-lately was basically creating what Renee Jean says a bidding war ensued after a number of cities, realizing PRCA might be considering a move, through money and whatever else they had to offer at the PRCA. Cody wanted it to come there. Texas, certainly. I think Fort Worth was in the mix. Several communities tried to attract PRCA, but Wyoming, I think, had the inside track. And really good news today from Renee Jean. Renee was going to be on the show yesterday. Tuesday is a Renee day. And she had to back out because she said, I have breaking news, Jake. I can't come on. And I'm like, ooh, Renee doesn't often say that. And I'm thinking, what could be that big? And this is big. Big for Wyoming. You heard Rachelle from Leeds say her agency, a nonprofit that promotes both Cheyenne and Albany County, Laramie and Albany County, Cheyenne and Laramie, the cities. They're in the wrong counties. You had to be there. I mean, Laramie should be Laramie County, right? No. That whole area is promoted by Leeds, and the announcement that they had been successful, it seems, in attracting the PRCA. It took $15 million of their own money they ponied up And then the legislature, which meets next month, beginning in the budget session, also made a soft promise of an additional $15 million. And that, money means something. PRCA would not make this move without the money, period. So they say. They don't have the money necessarily to relocate. They're not looking to jump out of Colorado that bad that they're ready to go spend $30 million. So that'll get them started. I don't know what it costs to build the facility these days, but that'll get them going. And I think it's money well spent. I think it's a good investment because the return will be there. How long? They're going to be here for decades and decades, your lifetime, your kid's lifetime. And the PRCA, by the way, besides the headquarters, it also includes the Visitor Center, the Hall of Fame and Museum of the American Cowboys. So there's a lot to it. There's the public interface of it, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame and Museum. That would be included. The headquarters of the PRCA, where basically I just imagine there's a whole mess of cubicles and offices, and that's where they count your winnings, from that barrel racer from Omaha to that steer wrestler from Tulsa. They're counting your money and your earnings, and they're figuring out where you are in the rankings, doing all the things that the PRCA headquarters has to do. We got a PRCA card carrying member coming on the show later. Bullfighter Marc Gill is going to be with us. He can explain more of how big this is, the PRCA coming to Wyoming. Is that a big deal? That's the first question we're going to ask Marc, and I think he'll say, oh, you have no idea what it will mean, what it could mean to the Cowboy State. Seems like a perfect marriage. Cowboy State, as the governor pointed out, we have rodeoed in Wyoming before we were a state. We were a rodeo. I mean, we've been doing it a long time. Look at the heritage. Look at the pride in the sport displayed by Wyoming. Everybody driving around that's got a license plate from this state is rocking Steamboat. That's the emblem that has come to mean Wyoming. A bucking horse, and as much as PETA and other organizations hate it, most of us love it. And not only that, we have our own dedicated rodeo license plate. I don't know if they do that in Texas. But yeah, it seems like the perfect place to have the PRCA headquarters. And then the tie-in with Cheyenne's Frontier Days, a 10-day rodeo that is one of, depending on how you want to measure these rodeos, one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in North America. Huge rodeo. Big deal. The top contestants come. So to have that, I think that was pretty key to attracting PRCA over, let's say, Cody. Let's say Wyoming did look really good for PRCA folks. Cody was probably the lesser of an option simply because, I mean, they do a nightly rodeo, and all props to Cody. They certainly do rodeo. In their way, they are the rodeo headquarters of Wyoming. There is no other community that has a rodeo at their level every single night of the summer season. Not once a week, twice a week, every night. The nightly rodeo in Cody. So that's a big deal. Rodeo's huge. Long tradition of rodeo in Cody, no doubt. But the cachet of Cody or Cheyenne, the cachet of the rodeos. You got, a nightly rodeo in Cody, which is not a PRCA sanction. I don't believe. It could be, but it does not attract the big names. It's not Cheyenne Frontier Days, let's say that. And also foot traffic, which basically means, we're not talking about a shoe store here. Foot traffic means how easily can you drive there? how many millions drive by there and get there. And when you're talking about two major interstates, 80 and 25, and the intersection of those two, I-25 bringing the Front Range from Colorado and all the way down to Texas up to Wyoming, and then I-80 going east-west, coast to coast. That's a hot spot. And tons of foot traffic or rubber traffic as vehicles drive by. Yeah, perfect for visitation. Everything seems to work, and $30 million doesn't hurt. $15 million put up by Leeds, the Economic Development Organization, Cheyenne Leeds, and $15 million put up by our legislators, our tax money going for attracting PRCA. I love it. I think it's a great idea. And that is the big story of the day, for sure. Let's move to weather. We started the morning awkwardly. Not that Rachelle Zimmerman was awkward, but she was ready to go first thing. And I wasn't kidding when I said, how do you attract the PRCA to Wyoming and not somewhere else? It takes a little bit of money and a whole lot of hustle and chutzpah. And Rachelle is up at dark 30 to pop on this show. So, yeah, I got a feeling that she just wasn't going to let this go until Cheyenne secured the PRCA headquarters. Let's take a look at the weather forecast for today, the day weather forecast. Don's been creating some nice weather for us, kind of chilling out with that wind. That's calmed down a little bit. And we certainly aren't experiencing the deep freeze the rest of the country is. Not really. Cheyenne's 44 degrees today. They would kill for 44 degrees in Plano, Texas. It's cold, man. And they're getting another blast of cold coming soon. If America is on the verge of a civil war due to ICE activities, etc., I think it's been put on hold because nobody wants to go out in this weather. You know, I'm really upset at my government. There should be civil war. I hate Democrats. I hate Republicans. I'm going to take up arms and go, well, it's cold. I'll wait a week. Let's see if it warms up. Lander, slight chance of snow after 4, mostly cloudy, 41 today. Partly sunny at Evanston, upper 30s. Rock Springs, cloudy, breezy, 39. Pinedale, chance of snow late afternoon, mostly cloudy, 34. Afton, same. Dubois, slight chance of snow after 4, mostly cloudy, breezy, 38. Jackson, chance of snow showing up maybe about 1 o'clock, mostly cloudy, 33. Thermopolis, slight chance of snow in the afternoon. Clouds on the increase, 41 the high. Cody, you'll top out around 43. Could see some snowflakes, about 2 in the afternoon. Buffalo, mostly cloudy, 45 the high in Buffalo. 44 in Sheridan, cloudy skies. Partly sunny in Gillette, highs in the middle 40s. Newcastle, 42, clouds increasing. Torrington, partly sunny today with highs in the upper 40s. Lusk, 44 with clouds increasing. Cheyenne, future home of the PRCA and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. Increase in clouds today, 47. Laramie, partly sunny, 41. And Rawlins, partly sunny, breezy, 37 degrees. Well, I broke this story yesterday. Congratulations, me. And I said Andrew Rossi should be on it. Had to get on it. Ought to get on it. And he did. If you were watching or listening to the show yesterday, I told you about the horse. Now, I didn't know the horse's name, and I didn't know a whole lot of details. That's why you need Andrew Rossi on it. But I did have photos and videos of Mouse, the lost horse, missing for 8 months. July July, August, September, October, November, December. Yeah, 7 months. Mouse, what are you thinking? Mouse went lost in the Union Pass area just outside of Dubois. Was on a pack trip, backcountry packing trip in July of 25. Dubois resident Preston Jorgenson was packing in the Moon Lake to do a little fishing. I have done that. And Preston, I hope you brought your skeeter spray. Oh, man. I fished a couple, 3 hours Moon Lake and then set up camp and then got ate by mosquitoes. Holy cow. So that might have been a reason why Mouse somehow come untied from the hitch rail and went on a walkabout. Probably the bugs. So buggy up there. And we're going to have, who's going to be on the show? Preston is going to be on later, along with some of the dudes that helped rescue the horse. I think I have 3 people coming out about this story. Tim, Buster, and Preston, all involved in the rescue of Mouse. Preston Jorgenson goes into the backcountry. He's backpacking up Moon Lake. His pack horse is Mouse. Mouse somehow gets loose and disappears, says Preston. We put the word out. I thought for sure he'd come down at least when it started snowing. No such luck. August, September, October go by. There's no sign of Mouse. Nobody's seen him. Nobody knows. He's up in, again, the Union Pass area, which is right outside of Dubois, and it's pretty remote. A lot of grizzly bears in there. And then, I mean, it gets to January, and Preston's got to be thinking, adios, Mouse. He's a goner. No way. We're January now. Mouse is tough, but he's not that tough. And then January 18th, Ty Crutel, one of Union Pass Rental's snowmobile mechanics, is out snowmobiling on his own, taking a day off, sort of a fireman's holiday, right? The guy works on sleds all day, and then when he gets a day off, he rides one. He's on a snowmobile excursion near Union Pass Road, and he sees Mouse, the horse, standing in the middle of a big open field, hock deep in snow. That's not supposed to be, thought Crutel. He puts a GPS marker on the spot. They come back later. Buster Campbell now gets involved in the rescue. He calls the horse's owner. They all get together and they snowmobile in there to the GPS spot. They don't immediately see Mouse. He's moved a little, but they find him pretty quick. And they bring him some hay. In fact, they did that for a few days. The next 3 days, the owner hauled hay and water up to Mouse to try to get him back, his health back up. They said he was alive and okay, but he probably wouldn't have lasted. The owner said he wouldn't have lasted another couple weeks. He'd be dead. And he wasn't able to walk his way out. Horses do not walk well in deep snow. Post holing is just, takes a lot out of you. And even if Mouse knew which way to go, and he was 4 miles for the nearest snowmobile trail, even if he knew the direction to get out of there, he didn't have the strength or the wherewithal to do it with that snow. So they hatched a plan. It was a half-baked plan, they admit, but what do you do, man? You're up again, time is of the essence. And thankfully, these Union Pass rental guys, they were huge. Union Pass Rentals provided snowmobiles. Then they got a snowcat. And then they got they're like, how do we can't load this horse in a snowmobile. He's too big. How do we get him out of there? How do we put him on a sled? And then they thought of a raft. You know, we could drag a river raft on the snow behind the snowcat. And then when we got to a groomed trail, we could hitch it up to a snowmobile and we could just slide him out of there. So they sourced. In other words, they went on the internet and they found some crummy river raft for sale up there in Cody. Somebody went and got that cheap and dragged it out there, and they introduced Mouse to said river raft, and Mouse got right in. Mouse was tired, and they said he was happy to see anybody. He walked right, and normally, you know, a horse and a river raft, they don't necessarily mix well. The horse would be like, what's that thing? And it shows you how ready Moose was to get the heck out of there. He walked right in, laid down, and we got photos and videos of that whole thing. And sure enough, they just drug him right out of there. Necessity, the mother of invention. And we got the three geniuses that were all part of the horse rescue. They're going to join us later today on the show. Andrew Rossi has the whole thing. And don't forget, I told you first yesterday. I was there. Who's emailing? Oh, text from Peoples. Okay, we got to get one last break this hour, first hour of the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take this break. Be right back.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, we just frolicking along on a Wednesday morning. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for spending your day with us. Part of it, all of it, whatever you can share, whatever you can spare, we're glad to have it. Stories we're following today. The PRCA potential move to Wyoming. We're all over it. Love it. Mouse, the long-lost horse, found, rescued, and you can track and follow his progress via a website, and you can contribute to his next bag of grain. Feel free to donate a little bit, but at the very least, follow along, find out how Mouse is doing. Not many horses survive the backcountry in Wyoming for 7 months, including winter. And what a story to get Mouse out of the backcountry and back where he belongs. This story from Claire McFarland. Claire's going to be on later today, and we'll grill her on this and other stories. Wyoming lawmakers have now reversed course on the original denial of $58 million in Medicaid, federal Medicaid funds for tribal clinics. And when this happened, this was all part of the slashing and gashing and doging of the budget by the Appropriations Committee as we head into a budget session starting next month. Before that, the Appropriations Committee, typically in meetings that are open to the public, but they never really attract much attention, except for this year, except when you have Representative John Baer chairing the House Appropriations Committee, and you have the Freedom Caucus and their agenda of right-sizing government, as they say. Right-sizing meaning cutting funding, some money to University of Wyoming. In fact, inviting President Ed Seidel to sit in and asking him, why do you have a major in this and a minor in that and classes in this? We're not sure we want to give you your full block grant. And the NIL revenue sharing program, $6 million for that. Show us the quarterback first before we hand over that money. So yeah, it got real tight with the money headed to Laramie from Cheyenne. Also, we saw proposed funding cuts, proposed cuts to Governor Gordon's suggested two-year budget, in particular areas like employee raises, state employee raises. And the response from the Appropriations Committee was, hey, your staff, state employees, got a raise last year and the year before. That's enough. But they did say, appropriations did say, we're certainly happy to give raises to teachers, snowplow drivers, state patrol troopers. We'll give them raises, first responders, that kind of stuff. There were also cuts to the point of elimination of the controversial Wyoming Business Council, a quasi-private public enterprise that helps promote economic development in the state. John Baer and other lawmakers don't like it. Don't think it has any reason to be, any business being. And they proposed cuts to the point where the ask for the Business Council was about $111 million. The governor, in fashioning his budget, says, I'm thinking more like half that. I'll give you 54. And by the time it got to the desk of appropriations, they said, we'll give you $2 million. And that's just to close your books. $2 million for 2 years, and that's to shut your department down, because the following day, Appropriations said, we want WBC dissolved. All those actions by Appropriations were definitely newsworthy, headline material, but what seemed to create the biggest pushback, where almost everyone could get on board saying this is wrong, was the denial of $58 million in federal Medicaid funds that was headed to tribal clinics on the reservation. And Representative John Baer now says that was an accounting issue, an accounting error. And Wyoming lawmakers have reversed course on that today, we learn from Claire McFarland's story. Wyoming lawmakers reverse course, will not deny $58 million Medicaid. Representative Larson said, well, Baer's just covering his butt. Whatever the reason for the walking it back, it seems they are. Maybe they heard the hubbub. Maybe they seen the writing on the wall. I don't know. But now Appropriations says they're all for putting back the $58 million in federal Medicaid money to clinics on the reservation, tribal clinics. Again, all these decisions, all these votes, all this stuff that comes out of committee, the Joint Appropriations Committee, none of it is set in stone. It is simply recommendations. It's simply fashioning bills and proposing legislation to the body as a whole, which comes up next month. February 9th begins the budget session. It will have to be voted through, anything and everything, by the entire House, the floor, and more importantly, by the Senate. The House is made up of more of the Freedom Caucus, ultra-right conservative, whatever you want to label them as. Anything Freedom Caucus, anything wrapped in the label Freedom Caucus in the House is likely to resonate, is likely to fly. That dog will hunt. In the Senate, not necessarily so. And there's some notion that what they're doing in the House is kind of like checkers, and what they do in the Senate is chess. And that's all well and good, House, but let the adults in the room vote on it now. So we'll see how much of the initiatives begat by the Freedom Caucus and Appropriations. We'll see how they fly when it comes to Senate. I did ask Representative Baer that, and he said he was pretty confident all his ideas, all the initiatives he saw come out of committee would do well and run in the House. But yes, the Senate, already there is work underway to make sure senators vote the right way. They just need to get the script. But interesting story from Claire on the reversal of the tribal money, because I did notice that met with a lot of pushback, like this isn't right kind of pushback. Andrew Rossi's story, will it ever snow in Utah or anywhere? Cheyenne's got 7.5 inches all winter. That's not much for Cheyenne, but it's a lot more than they got in Salt Lake. 0.1, a tenth of an inch of snow has fallen in Salt Lake this entire winter. It's the lowest snowfall on record by a mile. Average snowfall for this time of year in Salt Lake, 28 inches. They don't have they have a tenth of an inch. That's it. Impossible to make up the deficit at this point, probably, says Don Day, meteorologist. He'll be with us next hour. They are way behind it in Salt Lake. The Park City hockey team come up to Jackson last weekend to play hockey. And they said, yeah, skiing, they're like, we got no snow. Skiing's terrible. They were happy to come up to Jackson where skiing's only marginal. It's not great, but 1/10 of an inch in Salt Lake, that's nothing. Wow. Will it ever snow again? This might be the new winter in Utah, the new Salt Lake winters. We might be seeing it. Read that story, Andrew Rossi. Cowboy State Daily. We're done with the first hour of the show. We'll be back next hour with tons of stuff. Don't go far. We're going to talk about Mouse, the Dubois horse rescue. Marc Gill to talk rodeo and Don Day weather. All coming up. First, it's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. According to a bill before the Wyoming legislature, if a Wyomingite kills somebody, claims self-defense, is charged with murder, but is cleared, the county that charged them could be on the hook for all the defendant's legal fees and other expenses. Cowboy State Daily's Marc reports that one Casper attorney says that could add up to roughly $1 million in some cases.
I talked to a gun rights activist that again said not really a problem in Wyoming, but in some other states there has been this problem with prosecuting attorneys just going after anybody who, brandishes a gun in self-defense or uses a gun in self-defense.
From a gun rights and self-defense standpoint, the passage of House Bill 14 would be a win. Mark Jones of Buffalo, a national director for Gun Owners of America, tells Cowboy State Daily. The Weston County clerk accused of skipping a legislative subpoena was scheduled to go to trial Thursday in Casper Circuit Court. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that was until the judge ruled that her claims against the lawmakers who summoned her should be heard in a higher court first.
Ryan Summerad, the Weston County clerk's attorney, is appealing to a higher court, and he asked the circuit court in the meantime, hey, can you pause this so we don't have to go to trial while the higher court is hearing our arguments? And the lower court agreed. When you have an appeal, it's really nice if whatever the lower court was going to do to you for losing the argument doesn't happen to you while you take the argument to a higher court.
Now, Becky Hadlock's public saga is a long one, starting in November of 2024 when faulty ballots circulated into the general election in Weston County and skewed the votes in 2 unopposed races. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association on Monday voted to move its headquarters, Hall of Fame, and museum to Cheyenne in 2029. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that PRCA's move from Colorado depends on one main thing.
It's contingent on funding to help with the move. I think the deal maker here is that it doesn't cost the PRCA anything to move. That's part of the deal. That's not the case, then they're not going to move.
Cheyenne Frontier Days chief Tom Herzig says it's the rodeo equivalent of getting the NFL headquarters. Only 0.1 inches of snow has fallen on Salt Lake City this winter. That's the lowest snowfall on record by a significant margin. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the average snowfall for this time of year is just over 28 inches.
It's been a bad winter across the western states, but the previous record was still over 2 inches up to this point in the water year, which stretches from the beginning of October until the end of what we might consider beyond the winter season. So the question is, can even an exceptionally snowy February, March, and April make up for that deficit? And the answer is probably not. Snowpack is really important because it retains water longer and lets it out more slowly. So Salt Lake City is going to get snow. It's just like Wyoming and Colorado and the rest of Utah is going to get snow between now and the end of winter, but it's probably too deep in a hole to climb out of in terms of building up the ideal snowpack.
The warmer side of these storms means Utah's snowpack is in dire straits. The latest records show that statewide snowpack is currently at 59% of the median, close to a new historic low. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at sounditouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Wednesday. In the conversation now, we're going to turn our attention to Mouse, the wayward horse, he might have 9 lives. He used one of them. We're lucky to have him back. What does it take to rescue a horse out of the backcountry? Well, a room full of these guys. If you're watching on YouTube, just takes a whole bunch of Wyoming cowboy stuff, man. Sled necks, and this story is so Wyoming. When I saw a mouse getting sledded out of the Union Pass backcountry around Dubois in a raft. Where do we start? Is one of you guys, now who do we have? Hold on, I want to identify who's who, and then you guys will have to help me because I got 3 y'all in here. I'm thinking Tim, Buster, and Preston.
I'm Tim. Yep. Preston.
Buster.
Tim, Buster, Preston. Now, is one of you in charge of Mouse? Who is one of you the owner of Mouse?
Me.
You are. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's start there. Let's walk through the time. Let's start there. So July, you're on a backcountry pack trip. Mouse is packing. He's a good-looking Grulia with a very small head. He looks like a little elk calf head. And today he looks, man, he's really haired up quite a bit. I don't blame him. So you pack him in. You're going to do a little fishing at Moon Lake. Been there, done that, and got ate by mosquitoes. I'm pretty sure I donated a gallon of blood up there. And then Mouse gets loose. How you had him tied up? Did you have him hobbled, tied? Hopefully not unsaddled, right? The pack saddle was off him. Was he haltered? And then
equipment on him. He just had a halter and long lead rope and tied off, picking it off. We woke up that morning and was going to go water all the horses, and Mouse's halter and lead rope was laying there, and I was like, oh no.
Oh man. Well,
it happens up there when you're in predator country. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of big animals that roam around in the middle of the night and has a tendency to scare animals off in big packs up there.
Dude, you're totally right. And you're taught, and if you're a good cowboy, you're taught not to tie hard and fast. Give your horse a chance. If a predator came by a bear, you better than have a horse snap his neck trying to get out of there. Like, give him a shot, let him get out of there, and hopefully most horses going to stick around. I mean, Mouse must not like the packing business because he was gone, man. What did you do in the following days, weeks to find him? He disappeared.
Oh yeah, we spent a lot of time going back and forth, going up there trying to look for him and stuff, but there's just like so much open country back there. You know, there's a lot of feed and water for him, so he was just living his best life up there.
Yeah,
that's how I kind of got involved in this story because my name is Tim. I run Union Pass Rentals up here on top of Dubois, Wyoming. During the summertime, like we get a lot of foot traffic through here with customers on side-by-sides, people packing through on bikes and horses and cowboys and whatsoever. So once the word got out that there was a missing horse, we spread the word at the rental shop. Hey, if you guys are going this way, keep your eyes open for a horse. If you see a horse, let us know. We know people are looking for them. You know what I mean? That's kind of how it started.
Which is very surprising that August, September, those are months where I know this is pretty remote. This is backcountry, but it is fairly well traveled in August, September. There's hunt trips. There's pack trips. I'm surprised this horse was not. Was there any word like, oh yeah, we think we might have saw a horse, or just nothing until
we had a
January?
General idea where the horse was at.
Yeah.
Yep, and that was about it. Yep.
With the word out, still not even a sighting. Horse owner is Preston?
Yeah.
Preston, at what point, honestly, did you say, yeah, he's gone, man? Like December, you're celebrating Christmas, it's January. I know we haven't had a ton of snow, but still, this is a horse out in the snow. You're like, it's over.
Well, it's not the first. I had a lot of faith in the horse. He's pretty much dominant one in the herd, so he take care of himself pretty good out there. But then when the snow started flying, I started getting a little worried and hoping he was going to make his way down a little further. But he just hung out up there.
Well, we got snow here early and quick in November too. So like we got hit with good snowstorms real early in the season that might have kind of locked him in there instead of like slow dumps that could have pushed him down. We think it kind of just hammered real quickly and kind of locked him in place.
Yeah, and that's where Mouse shows he's not an elk. I mean, the Wapiti know first signs of snow, that gets him moving. Mouse didn't get the message, man, and he might have got kind of locked up there. So then let's fast forward now. We're in January 18th. Snow machine mechanic takes a day off or goes out snowmobiling, and holy cow, who is that? That's Buster?
No, Buster's one of the guys that helped us wrangle the horse. The snowmobile mechanic was a guy that worked for me. He was out on a guide trip and found the horse.
When he came back, what did he say? Was he pretty surprised? Like, there's a horse out there.
Yeah. He showed me a picture and he goes, hey, there's a horse out there. I was like, where were you guys at? He's like, well, over here by the Moon Lake area. And I'm like, that's the horse everybody's been looking for.
That's Mouse. The horse.
Yep. We knew he'd show up eventually.
All right, so phone calls are made. You realize the first thing you got to do is get some feed out to Mouse. He's probably not looking great. And you put a little bit of strength back on him. So how did that all started? Like, let's at least get him hay while we hatch a plan.
Yep, that's where Buster came in.
Yeah, so that's where I kind of come in and I get the call. So we come up, it would have been that Monday evening, and kind of rendezvous with the fellows here and start kind of initiating the situation or whatnot. And I get back in there, and me and his guy, Ty, we get in there, we lay eyes on the bugger, and he wasn't right where the pin was dropped, like we pull up right where the pin was, and it's kind of on a ridge and a treed area and a good tree line around, and we get there, and I mean, the first thing I start seeing is he's like pawing for feed, like a wild animal. I mean, he's carving out a living up there. And so I kind of we look around and I go and I check down on this what was like down on this creek bottom, and come around and we don't see him. And I look off over there and I see some tracks going along that tree line, and I beat feet over there, and I had my head down, picked it up, and here he was standing in a little grove of trees and just had his head out there looking at me. And I was like, yeah, he's alive. And so I get up closer to him, and, you know, he could have been a lot worse off, you know, but I mean, he was carving out a living and up there fighting. So that's when we come down and got with these guys and put our heads together and started planning. So
yeah, so you probably I mean, he was the good thing is he was pretty approachable. Mouse is hungry, he's lacking nutrients, he's not running far, and we can see in the photos how deep the snow is. So he's totally approachable. He's glad to see someone. Probably you start feeding him, and you guys start thinking of a plan. You're not going to walk him out of there. You're going to have to.
What happened?
You are going to have to give. You're going to have to give him a ride, and here comes necessity, the mother of invention. Who thought of the bright idea of a river raft? It's genius. And then you found one on the cheap on the interwebs. How did you do all that?
So we all just kind of, like, we get down here, you know, it's evident he's not coming out, you know, and he's like for the situation being what it is, you know, he's kind of on that uphill side of things. So it's like, oh, you post hole him out. And I mean, you know, a horse will only post hole so far. And so we put our heads together, and we're talking car hoods, and then a river raft gets thrown into it. And anyways, I'm out of Cody, Wyoming, and there's, you know, river guides over there everywhere. So I reach out to a feller by the name of Hunter Burrell at River Runners, and I asked him, I said, hey, we need a raft, and kind of start telling him, and he goes, if you don't mind me asking, what's this for? And tell him, I said, you're not going to believe it when I tell you, but we're going to sled a horse 9 miles out of the wilderness with this. And he goes, hey man, that sounds like a good way to tear up a raft. But he goes, I'm happy to help. Let's get a plan here. So we get the raft together and come back up or whatever. And that would have been, I think,
Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday. Yep.
Yeah, Sunday we get back up and we kind of get together and there's a big sled out here and me, Tim, and all of us and Preston, we're all talking and we're like, you know, we got to be 100% with this deal, you know, and make sure that we get this done. So then Tim, he brings up, you know, let's just snowcat him out of there. And that's kind of when that all come into play, and we get down there and, you know, like we head out before Tim does, he gets the snowcat fired up and get on down there and get Mouse caught up, and everybody's petting and loving on him. And Tim, he radios, you know, everyone's got radios, and we get a radio comment, hey, I've made it as far as I can get. And that's when stuff got pretty Western, you know, and, we get Mouse led up there and he sees the raft and everything. And a lot of people think, oh, he just walked onto that raft. And, you know, that's when we all figured out that Mouse is very much alive, you know, and, yes, sir. So,
so the thing you run into is, like, if you ever been back in that country up in there by Moon Lake, like, it is backcountry terrain, you know what I mean? So, like, the raft comes into place because you can't obviously walk the horse out. We need to float the horse out. Okay. So, like, then the next question is, how many snowmobiles does it take to pull a raft on a horse? Is this going to go smoothly? Is this going to go badly? What if we get to hells? If we get the horse on a raft and then we can't get him out with the snowmobiles, now what do? Now we got the horse in a spot where he's not comfortable, maybe in deep snow, and we got to do something else. So, like, when we sent the guys out on the snowmobiles first, and I came up behind the snowcat, was like, okay, let's find the horse and then get a direct line, and we'll try to get as far as we can to the horse, but we're not going to be able to get all the way there. Like, it's when you start getting to that country, you do so much. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes.
But like, it worked out, man.
A snow machine only has so much, excuse the pun, horsepower. And when you're talking, deep snow, you're a ways from a groomed trail. You realize you're going to need a snowcat. You're going to need some heavy equipment, a groomer. And man, cannot say enough about Union Pass Rentals, Crooked Creek Guest Ranch. I love those guys. I've DJ'd a bunch of weddings out there. I love that spread. Wow, huge to just like rally to the cause. The raft, you know, what was that Western? You said that Mouse wasn't exactly ready to just get right in and lay down. We see the photos and the video. He lays down, but like he's done it a million times, but might not have been that easy.
And so, you know, that's where we all come together, you know, and we worked it out and got him in there. And when he first stepped in that raft, he was kind of speculating about it, but about that second step and everything kind of crinkling, and that's when we're like, oh boy, he's still got the fight in him, you know. And so we, you know, me, Preston, and some other folks, we started doing what we know how to do, and you know, and mind you, we didn't use any sedatives or drugs or anything like that, you know, which is, you know, incredible.
Yeah. I was going to ask you that because I've trailered some bad ones that ain't never been in a trailer, and we had to give them a little shot of wormer that was not wormer and kind of put them to sleep on their feet. Well, that's cool. Golly, you got one shot to do this. I mean, this is Wyoming people getting things done, man. Not many other states could have done this. Not many other fellas that are involved, and just everybody coming together. So now the story's good. Mouse is how old? He's back home, and we got a website to follow. How old is this knothead?
He's like 11 years old now.
11. He's old enough to know better.
Yeah.
So I love the website. We've shared it on our story. You can follow the recovery of Mouse. Looking pretty good. Is he the horse you remember? And on the website, of course, you can donate. These guys have donated enough, man. They have come together to get Mouse out of there. Now it's up to us to, I don't know, throw a little money in there for hay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Best way to find that is just follow the link. Yep.
Well,
on the internet.
You guys are heroes, man. What a story. People love stories like this. You have no idea. Wyomingites love when these things happen, and then people not from Wyoming that have no idea what it takes to get a horse out of the backcountry after 7 months of him, living his best life. The last 2 months of Mouse living his kind of not best life, probably.
There's a lot of stories with horses in this country from a long time, and never one on a raft behind a snowmobile.
Dude, we're still missing horses up there in the Moran area. There's horses go missing every fall.
They disappear all the time.
And they rarely get found. And more rarely are river rafted out of the backcountry. Way to go, guys, man. That was super smart idea. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
You bet. Give my best to Mouse, that crazy horse.
Hey, and if we could do a shout out to River Runners in Cody, Wyoming, and Stamina Plus Equine, and you know, everyone that helped Union Pass Rentals, and
Troubles Light Shack Lodge, Crooked Creek Guest Ranch, took everybody to make this happen.
Yeah. What a team effort. So
all those folks, definite heroes. Look what it takes a village to get a wayward horse out of the backcountry. Next time you go to Moon Lake, Mouse don't make the trip. You might have to leave him home, man.
Yeah, he might stick a little closer to home next time, you know?
Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're going to go to, I think, Don Day. Let's do a little weather forecasting. I'm going to bounce you guys out the Zoom room. And I'm going to bring in Don Day, little day weather forecast. Let's see if we can make that happen. Don, I saw your comment on poor Salt Lake City. Golly, normally they've got 2 feet of snow by now down in the winter, and they have 1/10 of an inch all winter long. Playing catch up down there, probably not going to happen. What about the Wasatch Front? I mean, do they have it in the mountains in the Uintas?
No. If Salt Lake's not getting it, the Wasatch isn't either. This does remind me a little bit about the Olympics. I don't know if it was, what year were the Olympics in Salt Lake?
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'll look it up. Yeah.
2000, 2002. You know what? They were saved at the last minute. I remember it very, very well because I was actually helping out on some of the opening ceremonies for that. And I remember a front came through and dropped 7 feet of snow in the Wasatch and pretty much saved the day for those Winter Olympics. So this year is certainly extraordinary, but it's happened before. Again, I say this all the time. It's happened before.
Yeah. But is there any indication that, I know we have a history of weather data, but there seems to be periods of time where it was way colder than it is now, or way snowier. Are we in a point where we can't expect the kind of winters that Utah had? We got an Olympics coming up in Salt Lake in 2034. And at this rate, I don't wonder if we're going to be worried about mowing the lawn.
I guess you have memory problems because the winter of 22-23 was increable with snow in the Wasatch.
All right. Yeah, I've forgotten about anything
we tend there's a word for humanizing things, anthropomorphism or whatever.
Yeah.
We really do this with the weather.
Yeah.
And we tend to really focus in on what's happening right now. And the reason I'm such a stickler about this is that when I hear people say in all my life, in all my 30 years, on all of these things, and then I go back and I say, well, okay, let's take a look. And then I find these things. So we just have to be really careful not to jump the gun and lose our minds when we have a situation like this. Is this impactful? Yes. Is the snowpack in really bad shape? Yes. Was the snowpack in 22-23 at record levels where Lake Powell went up 8 feet? Yes. So people didn't lose their minds about all the big snow in 22 and 23. It's like, oh, we finally had a snowy season, but that was like off the scales snowy.
Yeah. You're right. I'm guilty of doing that. It's similar to being, let's say you're a lifelong generational New England Patriots fan, and I don't know why you would be, but like your father, his father before, you've been a Patriots fan, and you're talking to somebody in the pub, and they say, isn't this Patriots team great? We got Drake May. This is like the best quarterback we've ever had, and Vrabel's the best coach, and what it and you're like, we had a guy named Tom Brady, Belichick, and then you just remember, today and yesterday. But no.
Well, I got an email last winter from a guy in Cheyenne, and he goes, well, I wish it would snow like it did in the 70s because he rattled off a bunch of years where the snow would be buried in cars, school was canceled all the time, and so he gave me those years. So I looked him up, and what's really interesting is he did remember the snowiest year on record. I think it was 1978 in Cheyenne. It was like 121 inches of snow. But over a 5-year period, it had the snowiest winter, and then the winter after it was the least snowiest.
Yeah.
So what ends up happening is you put it together, and you tend to remember the extremes, and then it all gets bled together. And I'm not minimizing what's going on now, but we can't make the mistake that somehow everything is broken and we're going to be like this forever, because it just doesn't work that way.
Yep. I hear you. So this second pulse of super cold, it's again going to do a flyby for Wyoming. Where is that right now? When can the rest of the nation expect it? And what's it going to do to Wyoming?
Well, it's only going to sideswipe the northeast corner of the state. Eastern Montana, northeastern Wyoming, and the Dakotas are going to feel the chill and a little bit of snow. The Arctic blast right now is just near Hudson Bay, central and northern areas of Manitoba. And this is going to plunge into the nation's midsection. It's going to cause a deep freeze in Florida. We could have hurricane force winds and snow along some portions of the East Coast by this weekend.
Dang. Selling generators down there for sure. Woo!
Right. So what are they doing? Like, we've never seen a winter like this ever. This has never happened. The weather manipulation,
Definitely. Definitely.
I'm here to just say steady as she goes. Steady as she goes. Keep the rudder in the water. We'll get through this.
Wyoming meteorologist Don Day buries Sunshine State in record blizzard. Okay.
Well, yeah, on Sunday, it will probably be colder in Miami Sunday morning than Casper.
Insane. All right.
Figure.
Thank you, Don. Appreciate it.
All right.
All right, Don Day with a Cowboy State Daily Forecast. Marc Gill is here. We'll take a break, come right back with him. We're going to talk rodeo. PRCA move to Wyoming? We all hope so. What does it mean? That's next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Okay, here we go, throw it!
Yeah. You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and Marc. Marc Gill, it's so good to see you, man. How are you?
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you again, Jake.
Where's that little dog of yours? What, John Wayne Gacy? What's that?
Carl Wayne.
Carl Wayne.
Big difference.
Yeah. One's a murderer, right? Like a serial killer.
Yeah. This one just begs.
Yeah. Marc Gill is going to try to, and I'm sure he will, put in perspective what it means for the PRCA headquarters and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame to move to Wyoming. We all think it's big news, worth like $30 million. Big news to attract them. Marc's a retired, longtime bullfighter, retired PRCA card holder. Give us an idea, like, Marc, is this as big as we think it is?
It really is. I mean, big for the PRCA, of course, but big for Cheyenne and Wyoming in general. This is a big move, and congrats to Cheyenne for doing what they did, and of course the legislature to bring that such an organization steeped in history to Wyoming.
I know you got your ear to the ground to all things rodeo, from, that bull rider, this bronc rider, everything, and goat tires. of course, or that's my specialty. But I mean, how much do you know of the upper level, like the admin part of it, the PRCA? What did you have any notion that one day they'd probably get out of Colorado? They've been there since 1979 in the Pikes Peak area. We know that Colorado's kind of gone a little bit granola, a little bit. I don't know if they're rodeo anymore. Wyoming is, Texas is, Oklahoma is. Did you think they would ever leave?
This came as a shock, and that it came around so fast from the original idea to it actually coming to fruition. It's a sudden deal, but yeah, Colorado and Colorado Springs, it's been there forever, but it's just not a destination thing. And I think that this can actually be it. And of course the drive-through, walk-through traffic that it'll receive.
Oh yeah. So let's say if I were to tell you a couple of weeks ago, yes, the PRCA is thinking of moving their headquarters and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. They definitely want out. They can't expand. They're kind of locked in there. They're looking for a new home. Where would you guess it would be state-wise? Now, certainly Wyoming's got to be a player because, man, we rodeo. We're all about rodeo. But Texas, golly, they rodeo too, man. Where would you think it might go? What odds would you give Wyoming in landing the PRCA?
Well, when we were in contention, I thought it was pretty darn high just for the fact that we're more centrally located in the United States, similar to Colorado Springs.
Yep.
But that I-25, I-80 traffic corridor right there, the PRCA itself, the governing body, the administrative offices, ProCom, that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
That could really almost survive anywhere. That's a yes, in-person positions, but Cowboys aren't going in there to enter rodeos. So it's call in, it's online. So that could have survived anywhere. But the museum and the Hall of Fame, that's where the real, they were barely getting by. I don't even know if they were in the black the last few years in Colorado Springs. But now you combine one, the location, and two, Cheyenne Frontier Days. I think it's time, they can run that museum and that Hall of Fame like a business and be able to bounce off with Cheyenne's amazing museum as well. PRCA has always been great about advertising. So I think that coming in on that corridor, one of the busiest corridors in the United States, I think they're going to get a lot of people, especially summer tourist traffic that's going to bop in there and just say, hey, we're in Wyoming. We're coming out this way, go to Yellowstone or Frontier Days or whatever. Let's just start our cowboy experience right here and get some culture.
Yeah, foot traffic, or in this case, like car traffic, I-80, I-25, the intersection, it's just going to drive a lot of people right up to their doorstep. That makes sense for the Hall of Fame and the museum. Did you think that the eventual landing place for the PRCA, the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, this whole shebang, would have to also be tied to a major rodeo? I know that, they rodeo up in Cody every dang night in the summer, and all props to them. But I mean, major rodeos. If this went to Texas, it would probably have to be in a city, that has a big rodeo. Cheyenne Frontier Days, Daddy Mall, 10-day rodeo. That's significant. You think that was involved in the thinking of the PRCA? We also have to be a place where they have a major rodeo event.
Absolutely. And it would have been neat if they could have been, tied in with the park somehow. But again, having the governing body tied in with a specific rodeo, maybe a little bit of conflict of interest there. But relying on Frontier Days, I don't know where they sit as compared to like maybe Calgary. But as far as, I believe they're the largest outdoor rodeo in the United States. So, and that fan traffic coming in, and as southeastern Wyoming in July is kind of monsoon season. So every afternoon we kind of get those rainstorms, and there might be people that don't want to go to the rodeo that day. They're here for 4 days to experience the night shows and the everything else. Hey, we can go do this. It's indoors. it's interactive, it's family friendly. So again, from the museum and Hall of Fame aspect, I think it's an absolute win-win.
Yeah, you mentioned the rodeos. You can count on one hand the rodeos that are can't miss for any cowboy or cowgirl. Calgary Stampede, Cheyenne Frontier Days, and depending on how you measure it, you know, whether it's total purse, head count, money generated, like CFD is, you know, number one or number two. It's just 50-50. You're probably happy. You're right down there in that area. That's huge. We'll still be able to draw on that huge population from the Front Range. Those rodeo crazy folks in the Front Range in Colorado. Wyoming's got plenty. And also, you do think it's important to be sort of centrally located for anybody hauling a trailer or driving an RV. You're kind of, you know, Cheyenne's right there smack in the middle of all these rodeo states.
Yeah, I-25 running from, you know, basically, you know, New Mexico all the way to Montana or, you know, northern Wyoming, and then I-80 from, you know, all the way across the United States. It's a busy intersection. And I think you would draw not only that, but, you know, there's lots of things in Cheyenne the rest of the summer also that, you know, they can work in conjunction with that. You know, you have the Hell on Wheels weekly rodeo put on there, the amateur rodeo put on there in Cheyenne. And then, you know, Laramie right over the hill, lots of rodeo action there. And then the Front Range, not only from a workforce standpoint, you know, there might be people that would commute up to Cheyenne to work. And that opens up a whole nother topic of how many jobs that'll create in Cheyenne. You know, they already have a lot of jobs coming in with the AI stuff. And Cheyenne's so good about attracting businesses and tax incentives and stuff like that, infrastructure. But shoot, I might hit them up for a job.
Yeah, each piece that Cheyenne adds to, you know, this is a crown jewel component, but each piece added just, the economy, you would figure, is going to be booming. Target date set for 2029. It's not set in stone. A lot has to happen, but we have identified a site, 35-acre site. That's key, and we're throwing $30 million at the PRCA. That's huge, too, because they're not going to move without the money. And then, you know, in Wyoming, we're all behind it. We are rodeo. Marc Gill, retired bullfighter, PRCA card holder. This guy saved many a cowboy from a wreck off a bad bull. Yeah, I saw you on a hoverboard the other day, Marc. I never thought I'd see it.
Hey, it's good transportation at the rodeos. I tell you what,
dude.
I can even drag production gear with it. You know, it works out pretty good.
It saves the knees and anything else you busted up rodeoing. Yeah.
Oh, I tell you.
Well, that's fun.
You got to have fun with it.
Man, I'm so happy to be able to connect with you. Don't be a stranger. We got to talk anytime like rodeo topics come up. We're going to reach out. Okay. We got your number.
Hey, I sure appreciate it. And good luck with the rest of the year and your show. It's just growing and growing.
Thank you. Have a great Wednesday. Thanks, buddy. That's Marc Gill, Cowboy State Daily Show. And the big news today, Renee Jean breaking it for Cowboy State Daily. PRCA says, yeah, they are real interested in coming to Wyoming. Cheyenne chose Wyoming over Fort Worth, Texas, over several cities that were trying to attract the PRCA headquarters and the Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame. We got to take a break. Coming back with more. Who do I have coming up? Andrew Rossi. I got to talk to Andrew. We got a lot to discuss with Rossi.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, like, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Salt Lake City was selected to host the 2034 Winter Olympics. And I hope they weren't counting on doing any downhill skiing or luging. And how are they going to keep that hockey rink froze? If it was this winter, it'd be a washout, man. Salt Lake City has gotten 1/10 of an inch of snow this winter so far, and January's almost over. The Winter Games proposed for February 10th through 26th in 2034. At this rate of global warming, yeah, I said it, global warming, climate change, whatever. It'll be the Summer Olympics. They'll be luging on grass. They'll be playing hockey on dirt. Andrew Rossi is the guy who has the story about how Salt Lake ain't getting no snow. And Andrew's right here. And he can do some Rossi-splaining about how Salt Lake ain't got no snow. SLC, snow to date in 25-26, the winter of 25-26, 1/10 of an inch. And they think they can play a Winter Olympics in 2034, host an Winter Olympics. They got something coming. Andrew, what's going on? Why ain't it snowing in Utah?
Same reason it has been snowing in Wyoming. We had that high pressure ridge block that settled over the Bering Strait back in November and December, and that walled off the west from the winter weather. So that I keep telling my parents, actually, because they're in Cleveland, Ohio, and I know they're not watching, but hi, parents. But the thing is that if they're getting the winter that we're supposed to have. So while they're getting record-breaking low temperatures and lots of snow and, power outages and whatnot, that's our winter. We should be having power outages and all that fun stuff, but we've been walled off from it.
We're looking at these other states with envy. Darn you! You got minus 34 and 3 feet of snow. That should be us. Yeah, only Wyoming would do that, but that's kind of how it's been. Andrew, you stole another story of ours on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Yesterday, I did notice the photos, the videos. You really fleshed it out, though. I didn't know any of the story. I didn't know the horse's name. I didn't know the details, but I knew we rescued a horse out of Union Pass outside of Dubois, a horse that had been missing since July. Lucky Mouse. Great story, Andrew. And we talked to all the people involved. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's incredible. The fact that Mouse was able to survive as long as he did up there and be recovered and more or less he's not in the best shape, but he was alive and he'd managed to thrive that long. And he understood that those people were coming to help him. So he got with the program super quick. So the best thing you can have in that scenario is a compliant horse.
Yes, definitely. That is part of it. Now, Mouse's ability to run away in that snow probably not real high, but yeah, he was happy to see people, and even when presented with the crackpot notion of getting in a river raft, he was on board. He's like, whatever gets me home, man. And
well, it's fun to hear how everybody was talking about. It's like, yeah, we didn't really, it's not like there was a guidebook we could follow that would tell us how we could do this. So we just came up with something on the fly, and we were doing it as, just like putting the rails in front of the train while the train was moving. But it all worked out. They pulled it off. And I imagine that's going to be a model in case another scenario like that happens in the future, which is unlikely, but you never know.
Yeah, let Wyoming blaze the trail, lead the way. Necessity, the mother of invention, and so Wyoming, so redneck thing to do. Like, let's just roll up our sleeves and get it done. It's amazing, and it was great to have those guys on who actually participated. You can follow the exploits of Mouse moving forward and participate in a little bit of funding and donating. Mouse has his own website now. He's pretty famous, this horse.
I used to have to get a haircut. He looked a little scraggly in the photos that we saw.
He definitely had to hair up a little bit, being out in the back country since July. Just surviving the mosquitoes up there in Moon Lake. Andrew, I've been there. I know exactly where Mouse got loose, and he had to deal with a lot of bugs. And then he had to deal with the coming winter, and Mouse is thinking, you know what? The life on the ranch wasn't so bad. I'm ready to go back.
It's kind of evocative of, we all had that moment where we wandered away from our parents as kids and got lost, except it was for 7 months as opposed to 2 minutes.
Right. Yeah, a few minutes in the department store and you hear your name on the loudspeaker and you get all scared. Yeah, for Mouse, it was 7 months and 2 months of winter. Yeah, that will shape you up. 11-year-old Mouse should have known better. I had Mike Poland on. He's so fun to talk to. You know that. Scientist in charge, all the volcanic activity that happens in Yellowstone. Mike Poland's right there on it. I read his monthly report where you probably gathered intel regarding the uplift in the northern rim of the caldera. It's been seen twice before in history. But I told Mike, man, you are never going to be a journalist. You might be a really good scientist, but you fail at journalism because you called it an uplift. Rossi, a real journalist, calls it a bulge. That sounds way more exciting. And rather than say it's 19 miles across, an uplift 19 miles across, notice since July, you said a bulge the size of Chicago. And it sounds like something you don't want to poke with a stick, which Casper Planet also picked up on. I love the way you did it.
Well, thank you. And to be fair, I don't think there's any part of Yellowstone you'd want to poke with a stick because you never know what's going to be coming up on the other end of it. Yeah. Could be a new geyser or a hot spring, could be an angry grizzly. I mean, it's just not a spot to poke around. But I will say on that note, Jake, it's kind of funny I talk to Mike Poland all the time. He's an excellent source for all things Yellowstone. And inevitably, every conversation we have, it gets to the point where we're both really excited about the geology and what's happening in the park and all these cool things. And there's that moment I have to ask, does this mean the park's going to blow up?
I know. And several times we paused our interview to specifically broadcast right at UK Daily and say, it's not the big one. We don't want to give them any notion that you know, because his phone gets ringing probably whenever you write a story that has to do with increased activity, earthquakes, swarms, Biscuit Basin bubbling, and here comes UK Daily and all the tabloids asking Mike, hey, is it going to go?
Yep, and you always hear Yellowstone is overdue, that it's overdue for an eruption. But I'm not sure if he brought it up with you, but we talk about it pretty regularly. But Mike he questions whether Yellowstone's even capable of another big one at the moment, because they've done a lot of studies and they show it's still an active volcanic system, but it just doesn't have a lot churning at its depths to be able to be capable. Like the bulge on the northern rim, that is caused by magmatic activity underground, but according to Mike, it's too deep and it's not enough to cause any kind of concern. When you get volcanic eruptions, that's a large quantity of magma very close to the surface. This is being caused by a small quantity that's very deep, and it doesn't look like it's going to get high enough to cause any problems. So it's not evidence of any kind of imminent eruption at all.
Yeah. Even though it does seem to be swelling, bulging, uplifting, as pointed out in the Andrew Rossi story. You fleshed out this from Mike Pullen, and he doubled down on it when we talked to him. He said the exciting thing about this is the fact that we have all this real-time data like never before. This uplift was noted in the mid-90s, but we didn't have the ability then with all the sensors and satellite imagery to really understand what was happening. Way more, the park is monitored like crazy, high-tech wise.
Yeah, and the great thing about that is that the more we understand Yellowstone, the more we understand other volcanic systems that are concerning, that scientists are watching with a wary eye because they could go at any time. Like, I asked Mike point blank one time, what is the most dangerous volcano in the United States? You know, thinking Yellowstone. But he said it's Mount Rainier, because if Mount Rainier erupts, it could cause tremendous devastation, not through lava and everything, but other methods. But because we know Yellowstone so well and we monitor it and we have all these tools that we can test and play with, we can apply that knowledge elsewhere in the country and the world to better understand volcanoes, so that if there is an imminent eruption of one of the ones that we are actively concerned about, we'll have enough information and enough warning to do something about it.
And then there's did you see Justin Casper Planet's story that scientists warn don't poke bulge with stick? They had a picture of the guy with a how many new thermal features have been created in Yellowstone with somebody hammering down a tent peg, and all of a sudden, whoa!
No one was more surprised than them.
Andrew, thanks for being out. What's going on in Cody? Anything?
Not much that I'm aware of, but you never know. I mean, I was having a normal Wednesday last week, and then it turned into an armed standoff. So anything's possible.
Never know what news or when news, or tell the folks in Cody that rodeo. I know there was some last minute 11th hour idea that the PRCA headquarters, Pro Rodeo Hall of Fame, could be attracted to Cody, where they do rodeo. I mean, come on, nightly rodeo. I get it. But it looks like Cheyenne's on the inside track for that.
Well, we're still going to be the rodeo capital of the world, so they can't take the title.
You betcha. Thanks, Andrew. Have a great Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Andrew Rossi. His stories you should check out. Wyoming goes from sub-zero to hurricane force winds. That's Wyoming in a nutshell. Weather-wise, that's not news. What is news and weird is these polar vortexes, these bomb cyclones, these cold fronts out of Canada have missed Wyoming, just sort of sideswiped us, which accounts for our lack of winter. Us and Utah and Colorado for the most part. I mean, the ski season in the Rocky Mountain West, not great. But the ski season in Orlando, Florida is picking up. Golly, are they getting weather. They got a good blast in the Midwest. all the way down to Texas and in the southeast. And if you thought that was something, that was just the precursor. That was the opening act. The real cold is coming now. Don Day said that Canada's cooking something up there in Hudson Bay right now. It's going to be colder and snowier than what just came through. So don't return your generator yet. I saw this meme that I'm pretty sure is fake, but I couldn't verify. It looked AI. It looked fake, but the meme was huge long line of dudes outside of Home Depot returning their generator because it has a 2-day return policy. Everybody ran out and bought a generator for the power outages that we did see. And then once that passed, everybody was returning and the line was like all the way out in the parking lot. Well, don't return that generator just yet because there's another blast of cold coming. I don't know if it'll have a power outage with it, but it's cold. In Florida, you're going to be freezing your nectarines off. The crocodiles are going to freeze up, or alligators, or whatever they have down there. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We're halfway through. Stay with us. We're just getting rolling, man. But we got to pause for news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side 6 minutes from now. Stay here.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. According to a bill before the Wyoming legislature, if a Wyomingite kills somebody, claims self-defense, is charged with murder, but is cleared, the county that charged them could be on the hook for all the defendant's legal fees and other expenses. Cowboy State Daily's Marc reports that one Casper attorney says that could add up to roughly $1 million in some cases.
I talked to a gun rights activist that again said not really a problem in Wyoming, but in some other states there has been this problem with prosecuting attorneys just going after anybody who, brandishes a gun in self-defense or uses a gun in self-defense.
From a gun rights and self-defense standpoint, the passage of House Bill 14 would be a win. Marc Jones of Buffalo, a national director for Gun Owners of America, tells Cowboy State Daily. The Weston County clerk accused of skipping a legislative subpoena was scheduled to go to trial Thursday in Casper Circuit Court. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that was until the judge ruled that her claims against the lawmakers who summoned her should be heard in a higher court first.
Ryan Summerad, the Weston County Clerk's attorney, is appealing to a higher court, and he asked the circuit court in the meantime, hey, can you pause this so we don't have to go to trial while the higher court is hearing our arguments? And the lower court agreed. When you have an appeal, it's really nice if whatever the lower court was going to do to you for losing the argument doesn't happen to you while you take the argument to a higher court.
Now, Becky Hadlock's public saga is a long one, starting in November of 2024 when faulty ballots circulated into the general election in Weston County and skewed the votes in 2 unopposed races. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com. What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit hoskinsonhealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association on Monday voted to move its headquarters, Hall of Fame, and museum to Cheyenne in 2029. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that PRCA's move from Colorado depends on one main thing.
It's contingent on funding to help with the move. I think the deal maker here is that it doesn't cost the PRCA anything to move. That's part of the deal. That's not the case, then they're not going to move.
Cheyenne Frontier Days chief Tom Herzig says it's the rodeo equivalent of getting the NFL headquarters. Only 0.1 inches of snow has fallen on Salt Lake City this winter. That's the lowest snowfall on record by a significant margin. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the average snowfall for this time of year is just over 28 inches.
It's been a bad winter across the western states, but the previous record was still over 2 inches up to this point in the water year, which stretches from the beginning of October until the end of what we might consider beyond the winter season. So the question is, can even an exceptionally snowy February, March, and April make up for that deficit? And the answer is probably not. Snowpack is really important because it retains water longer and lets it out more slowly. So Salt Lake City is going to get snow. It's just like Wyoming and Colorado and the rest of Utah is going to get snow between now and the end of winter, but it's probably too deep in a hole to climb out of in terms of building up the ideal snowpack.
The warmer side of these storms means Utah's snowpack is in dire straits. The latest records show that statewide snowpack is currently at 59% of the median, close to a new historic low. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people. What are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This sound bed should indicate the... I don't know what it is. It's pretty light.
That's a little light for me, yeah.
Yeah, usually for Claire, we like to really hit you because we want to prepare you for the news coming. Claire, let's start with, and not spend a lot of time on, Weston County Clerk. Now, you know, I've lost interest in the whole thing. Becky Hadlock, Ryan Semerad, and Becky's tenacity of hanging on to that job despite... I just lost the whole momentum.
If you've lost interest, let's talk about tribal relations. We don't gotta... Gosh, yeah. Becky Hadlock, what, a year and some change now of headlines.
I know.
I mean, I have a duty to continue to cover it, but the readers are also tired of hearing about it, I've noticed.
Yes.
They're tired of hearing about it. So it's like I'm strung between duty and interest, which is where I usually find myself. The duty is there. The interest ain't.
The duty to follow through on the story, even though we've all hit fatigue over. Okay, yeah, let's move on. A bit of a surprise. We saw Appropriations Committee make recommendations, cuts. They want to eliminate WBC. They want to really trim the budget on UW. Of all the things we saw come out of Appropriations, the elimination of the Medicaid to tribal lands seem to be have the greatest pushback. Everybody's like, oh, that is wrong. And they're walking it back, it looks like.
Okay, so yeah, well, let me break this one down because there were cuts that like, oh, we can debate. Does UW need this? Is the Business Council good use of money? You know, we can have these debates, but the 58 million reimbursements for Medicaid, it's like we're just a funnel. You know, blocking that money is getting between the feds and the tribes, and the feds are sworn to protect tribal members by treaty, and so it's like, what are we doing? So huge backlash. And then Representative Lloyd Larson pointed out, okay, if they aren't getting full reimbursement on the tribal clinics, and those tribal members have to go off reservation to clinics because they've cut services, Wyoming picks up half the Medicaid bill off the reservation. We don't pick up any of the Medicaid bill on the reservation. So even if you're just like a super pragmatic conservative, it's like, now we're getting into the state's checking account to support this supposed cut. Anyway, so January 13th, there was this meeting, and Representative Trey Sherwood, throughout the 2 weeks appropriation marathon that unfolded this month, was consistently, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? And so she kept asking these open-ended questions when people would bring an amendment for a funding denial or a funding cut or some other funding minimization provision. And so no exception here. She said, why are you doing this? And Representative Ken Pendergraft said it's to slow down the increase of spending. And House Appropriations John Baer said, yeah, we know that this spending won't expand if we do this cut, but we're protecting the taxpayer. So they said those things. And then what we have here is a succession of true events, true data, and a dispute about how those are being characterized. So they get in touch with the powers that be, Legislative Service Office, federal government. They find out the 58 million, those rates are always fluctuating. Now it looks like the figure is going to be 41.3 million. That is accurate. Chairman John Baer goes to the Tribal Relations Committee via Zoom link Tuesday and addresses tribal leaders and the committee here in Riverton, and says that money was never in jeopardy. This was an accounting issue. So it's true that the figure has changed, but Larson fired back and said, for you to characterize your initial votes as, we never wanted to jeopardize the funds, is you covering your butt. And so politics is tricky because things can be true, and yet there can be a dispute about how people are characterizing those things.
Sounds like backpedaling by Representative John Baer, but I'm not sure. At the very least, we're talking about what almost looked like breaking a treaty that dates back to 1868. Not that the U.S. hasn't broken that treaty a million times before, but weird, interesting story. I don't understand quite this story, so start us from the beginning and then catch us up on what is the latest. But your story that came out yesterday, 2 days ago, Wyoming might not have enough public lands for controversial sell-off bill. This is the bill proposed by Representative Wasserberger. Start from ground zero. What does the bill purport to do? It's very unique. We've not seen anything like this, I don't think. And why might it not work here with your latest story?
So it wants to set aside $250,000 to order the Office of State Land Investments to endeavor to find between 30,000 and 200,000 acres of non-trust state lands not being used for public purpose, non-governmental interest lands. I'm so sorry. I had to burp. Too much coffee. And then to start a sell-off, $1 per acre, 10-acre clusters in neighborhoods of about 300 acres to eligible families. They're locked for 5 years, so they can only be resold in that time span to an eligible family, and you can't buy unless you promise that you're going to live there within 20 years. So a lot of covenants and restrictions and like stuff there. But initial review of data from Office of State Lands shows maybe 16,000 acres or less that aren't hitched to a governmental purpose. And the reason, a big reason for that is the office has a rule basically saying y'all can access these lands for recreation, so that the bill specifically exempts recreational areas. And the rule says y'all can access these for recreation. And then there's another thing where in 2025, because of a Wyoming Supreme Court ruling saying Wyoming has to pay property taxes on some of its land holdings, which is kind of a fun, we're paying ourselves, but then the money is going different places.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Well, that could be changed or tweaked down the road if need
So
be.
because of the Wyoming Supreme Court ruling, they were like, oh crap, we don't want to pay property taxes on our grazing lands that we lease. And so they made legislation saying grazing is a governmental purpose, right? So grazing lands, which is a lot of it, would be also exempted under the bill. And so it just gets, and they could fine tune this. If the legislature has an appetite for what Representative Wasserberger wants to do, they can fine tune that language and they can make bullet point lists and they can do all sorts of things. But as it sits right now, it's like, is anything left?
Yeah, I see that. So Representative Jacob Wasserberger, Republican out of Cheyenne, a unique idea that amounts to kind of a modern day Homesteader Act for Wyoming. It's really cool, but it might need more vetting by, you mentioned LSO. That's going to be one busy department coming up. It already is right now, I'm sure. Maybe there's a germ of an idea there, but it's got to be fleshed out better. Claire, your story, my takeaway here, boy, this sure feels like the first step of an admission that everybody hates wind. State treasurer, a lawmaker, worked on a fund that would compensate wind farm neighbors. So, in other words, Senator Boner and State Treasurer Kurt Meyer are admitting we all hate to look at turbines and hear them and have them anywhere near us. So you need compensation. Boy, when you start down that road, what happens when you live next to a gravel pit, one of those oil derrick thingies or anything, solar panel? Really? A slush fund to pay off folks for the eyesore of wind power?
Well, I mean, it's if you can fix a monetary value to that, like your property values are decreasing because the view is gone.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, right? And yeah, it would be other industrial sites would be included. Like the example the treasurer gave was if you got to drill a new well. The treasurer Kurt Meyer is really interesting and really on his game lately, just talking. He's willing to talk about things and he's super engaged with things. You should have him on the show if you haven't already.
I have, and I get a feeling that he doesn't like to come out. But honestly, we haven't reached out again. I had him on. He's really great. And he's deserving of so many accolades right now for what Wyoming is doing with our return on investment alone. Plus, I want him to tell me where they put the $10 million in gold. I asked the governor, and he wouldn't tell me.
Yeah, I think Middleborn is interested in that too.
We're both, let's just take what we learned from the Louvre heist and the smash and grab, and let's go to Capitol, me and Middleborn.
Are you a Middleborn?
No, I'm firstborn. I'm the leader. I'm the alpha dog.
Oh, you're not supposed to be a born bank robber then.
Oh. Well, darn. Everything's against me. Plus, I'm trying to figure out, maybe Middleborn could do the math and figure out how much $10 million in gold weighs, the bullion, the bricks, because, we got to haul it out of there with something.
Get a wheelbarrow.
Wheelbarrow and a pickup truck.
Yeah.
Ford sponsoring this gold bust, gold heist.
But then your hat says GMC. Come on, make up your mind.
I drive a Ford, but I do promote GMC. I think, let's see, is that, one last thing. I know what to make of this. I don't know what you make of it. You just write the news. You don't espouse on the news, but Wyoming lawmaker charged with DUI. We've had State Rep Bill Allemond on the show. He lined out his arguments against the Bar None project. He's real a guy I'm happy represents the state and represents his part of the state. The DUI thing, I find two things odd. One, he's charged with DUI, drinking while driving, saying that he needs to drink while he drives to deal with anxiety.
Allegedly.
Wrong answer, Bill. And then this idea that somehow he is above or exempt from the tests that are mandatory, I guess, when you're awaiting a DUI. You could have random tests blow on this kind of thing. And Representative Alleman says, hey, I'm doing the work of the state next month. I can't be bothered with this stuff. Where, your average kid who's flipping hamburgers said, yeah, I don't like to do them either. But that's part of the deal.
Okay, so there's two sides to this argument, and I will present them both.
Yes.
I'm getting emails from people. Wow, I didn't realize there was going to be so much populist sentiment attached to the idea of lawmaker asking for a bond modification, because usually bond modification requests are not controversial at all. But anyway, so many emails like, no one is above the law, and you tell him such and such. And I'm like, okay, I'm not going to preach at the representative. You can tell Claire. Him stuff, because whatever. But if people are losing sight of how the news works. It's odd. Anyway, so lots of emails. And then on the other hand, having watched our dear Leo go through sessions, you're drinking from a fire hose. It's early mornings. It's late nights. It's working through lunch. It's exhaustion. It's constant. And so, this idea that like 4 or 5 weeks, you're going to be also required to drop by the sheriff's office. I mean, I see it both ways. I see both arguments, which is why I'm the guy reporting this, right? But, if you are supposed to be representing Central Wyoming at an appropriations committee meeting, which is like the most powerful committee in the House.
Yeah.
And whoops, I'm at the sheriff's office. Like, won't Midwest or bar none be mad?
Yeah.
I guess at the end of the day, if his bond request gets denied, that's kind of on him. But I do see both sides to this one.
Yeah, and we have seen votes where legislators are absent, where there is something going on. This is the beauty of a citizen legislature. We got jobs, we got things to do, we got things to attend to, including blowing into a machine for a DUI. I see it, but
It's tricky, isn't it?
It's tricky.
I don't envy that judge.
It's tricky.
That judge on the one hand is like, you broke it, you bought it, or the state's business must go on. What do I do?
Totally. And I can see, Representative Alleman, it doesn't hurt to ask. As you say, bond modifications, not usually controversial and probably not super rare. But it's the optics all added together of Representative Alleman saying, I need to drink to deal with anxiety when I drive. Wrong answer. And then this, let me ask that I don't have to do these things that everybody else has to do when, All right. Claire, anything else?
I don't think so. I've started Middlemarch. I will start the book you got me. I will. It's on my list. I gotta go in order though.
Yeah. Are you one that can read more than one at a time?
Usually, but not since I started covering politics.
Oh, I know. You are doing the Leo Wilson thing. I don't know how. It's...
Yeah, I marvel. I'm blessed. And my husband always reminds me, like, you're very blessed. But I marvel at it sometimes. I'm like, I am a housewife, you guys.
I don't know how you
put the housewife on the beat.
Dude, just getting the boys out the door every day, every school day, is a full-time job. Thanks, Claire. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Clara McFarland with a bunch of interesting stories over the last week. We only get to talk to her once a week. We got to make the most of it because she is busy in Riverton. Take a quick break and we'll be right back. We got more guests lined up, ready to get in here. Ryan Thorburn is going to be on, and we're going to go to the campus, University of Wyoming. We're going to talk about name, image, and likeness, revenue sharing, NIL money for the football team, and Coach Sauvel's announcement the other day that he's volunteering part of his salary to help pay for the next quarterback at University of Wyoming. That's huge. We'll see what Thorburn thinks when we come back right after this break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, Brown and Gold time. Ryan Thorburn is here. Ryan is the author of many books concerning UW sports, UW stuff. Author of Black 14, The Border War, Cowboy Up, the Kenny Sailor story. Kenny invented the jump shot, man, and he's a Wyoming guy. Ryan, by what authority do you join us? Because we're going to talk about the Cowboys and Laramie and Coach Sawvell. You're Director of Communications Creative Strategy for Wyoming Athletics. What is that? What is your day job, so to speak? And thanks for being on, Ryan.
Oh, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Well, I was in newspapers for close to 3 decades after graduating from the University of Wyoming in journalism, and had a chance to cover the Denver Broncos and Oregon Ducks and a bunch of cool things. And then decided to come back to the state. And as you are aware, I'm sure, newspapers are not doing wonderful. The traditional news print papers are not doing well. So I am doing what I used to do, covering the Wyoming athletics beat, but for the university. And I think that's a trend you're seeing nationwide. When I moved to Eugene to cover the Ducks, the guy I replaced at the Register Guard had actually left to join the University of Oregon and cover the team for Go Ducks. So, with teams not being able to get their message out quite as much the traditional ways, they've adapted by getting it out by hiring guys like me.
That's the unique angle I wasn't understanding, and I didn't know that was a thing. I guess it makes perfect sense why that is a thing. Obviously, controlling the narrative, and and so many billions of places to go to get news online as newspapers shutter. It's navigating a weird world. Okay, so that makes sense. Just a little side trip down a side quest down Denver. What do you make of the Broncos? Some folks said it was maybe a year early for them, and then all they did is win. And if not for the Bo Nix ankle, we could be talking about a Super Bowl. Got pretty darn close. How about that team?
Yeah, as a Wyoming guy, obviously I was pretty torn during the Bills-Broncos game.
Yeah.
Josh Allen came back this football season to Laramie, and it was quite an event. I've never seen anything quite like it. Just the popularity and everything that Josh brings from Buffalo and tying that together with the state of Wyoming. So Josh obviously was in that game, that first playoff game, and Frank Crum scores the first touchdown. Great Laramie High School graduate. So, yeah, I definitely wanted Frank to get to the Super Bowl. I was able to cover him when I started this job, and he's just an outstanding person. Obviously, very popular with his flowing locks and an offensive lineman being able to block kicks and score a touchdown. But, it's disappointing for the Broncos. I covered them during the post-Elway Shanahan era with Jake Plummer and Jay Cutler, and it hasn't been great since the Von Miller Super Bowl, but I think Sean Payton's a heck of a coach. They'll be back. I think they were a year early. All my Oregon friends love Bo Nix with a passion, the same way Wyoming fans kind of love Josh Allen. So they'll be back. And Chad Muma is on the Patriots, a Wyoming linebacker, so there will be one guy representing the Pokes in the Super Bowl.
Still have a Poke alum in the Super Bowl. That's cool. Frank Crum may convert. He may parlay that catch into maybe a tight end. After all, he runs the 40 in about a half hour. We saw something like that. Frank's no speedster, but yeah, I saw that. I couldn't believe it. As a Bills fan, I'm like, oh, well, at least it's Frank. All right, let's talk about Coach Sauvel, his announcement, his decision to volunteer part of his salary, a pretty good chunk, about a 10% of his salary, I would estimate, towards this name, image, likeness, NIL money. Let's start with, before we talk about what Coach did, and it's not the first time he said, I'm going to put some skin in the game, and I'm going to give some of my money to the furtherance of UW. He really believes in the university. His daughter goes there. He's all about Wyoming, and he's proven it with his money. But the NIL thing, Ryan, I haven't talked to you about that. I just hate everything about it. Everybody does hate it. But do we have to play the game? And is that the only way we can be D1? Is we gotta do something. We gotta do better than what we're doing, which is hardly anything.
Right. I'm afraid the toothpaste is out of the tube on that one. It's not going to go back to the old ways where, kids got a scholarship and some meal money, and that was about it. Wyoming is trying to get into that $2 million range for revenue sharing. Because Jay has said that's about what it's going to take to compete in the new Mountain West, to win the Mountain West. When you look at Boise State and Colorado State, some of the teams leaving for what's left of the Pac-12, I covered the real Pac-12 with Oregon. They're going to a shell of the Pac-12, obviously, with that conference falling apart. But they're going to be more in the $6 to $8 million range, and that's kind of the mandate of that conference. So Wyoming's on the lower scale of it, but there are ways for Wyoming to compete for championships in the Mountain West. And if you have one of these schedules where you have a Utah or a Colorado on the schedule, we saw Texas Tech, Wyoming upset them a few years ago, which is hard to believe now.
I know
that they're spending $30 to $40 million on NIL. But if you have one of those schedules where you upset one of those teams and win the Mountain West, you can still dream of going to the college football playoff like Boise did, in 2024. So that's the goal. Wyoming wants to compete at the FBS level, the Division I level. And Jay Savelle, to his credit, he did this last year too. He donated quite a bit of his salary last year to the cause. This year, he was asked about it at a press conference. He revealed, I donated $125,000 to this. And it's really an investment in himself. This is a critical year for Jay to get on the winning track. Obviously, patience in college football is razor thin in this new era where you see in Indiana go from the losingest program in Power 4 football history to winning the national championship in 2 years, fueled by NIL to some degree, but also great coaching and development. So I don't think Jay is doing this to save his job or anything. He wants to do it to say to the fans, like, I'm willing to do this myself. I'm not just asking you guys to help me. I'm doing it myself. And if we get things on track and start winning, hopefully you'll consider chipping in and we can win even more down the road.
I like it. Coach Savelle has anteed up, as we saw in the news article. Ryan Thorburn is who we're talking to, and he covers UW sports from the inside, uniquely, as we just found out. To the degree Ryan, and we'll circle back to what Coach Savelle is doing. When UW asked for funding from state lawmakers, and they just did, and appropriations kind of said no or not that much, and whether it's NIL or whatever the ask is, I thought it was important to note in this story what you noted. We're not asking to pay our players necessarily, like to buy a new car for the quarterback or the wide receiver. We're just trying to pay the bills. What is the money going for as far as you understand it?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because ever since this new era started, I think there's been a lot of, it's hard to keep track of all this stuff, right? I mean, my parents are like, what is NIL? What is revenue sharing? Stuff like that. And they've had season tickets, since my grandfather got back from World War II, and they don't get this new era quite. And it is confusing. But what Tom Berman has asked the legislature for has absolutely nothing to do with revenue sharing or NIL. It's not, this money that they're asking for would not go to any student athletes at all. What has happened recently, there was a House settlement, a case where former athletes who didn't have NIL opportunities sued, and there was a settlement. Wyoming will, due to that settlement, the NCAA will be paying former players back pay, actually, for their NIL rights. So Wyoming will be getting $500,000 less per year from the NCAA while that settlement is being paid out. The Mountain West breaking apart a little bit here. The new TV deal will be $1 million roughly less per year going to Wyoming. The cost for health insurance, these players get injured, they have to have surgery, someone has to pay for that. The cost of health insurance in the last 3 years has gone up 100%. And then you talk about things where you have to pay, the scholarship still, yet everyone still gets a scholarship, or at least, those scholarships are still in place. You have to pay for those. And the list goes on. I think another thing Jay Savelle brought up, which is a good point, which I hadn't thought of. Traditionally, you would recruit, 20 to 25 high school kids, and they all come on visits, during the season or whatever, and then you sign that class and you're done. Well, now there's the transfer portal. So you're losing 10 to 20 guys, you're adding 10 to 20 guys. That's a whole different budget where, hey, I need you to come visit Wyoming. We want to add you out of the portal. Well, these flights in January at the last second cost quite a bit of money. So it's like you've doubled your recruiting budget. So it's what Tom is asking the legislature for is literally just to pay these bills, make up these deficits, and any revenue sharing with players would come from fans filling the stadium and big donors donating. Anything extra in that, extra pie would go to that. But right now, that hasn't been a lot at Wyoming.
That's really important to note. This is escalating costs. The cost just to operate a D1 sports program, escalating costs across the board, of football, to basketball to wrestling. Ryan, one other thing, in the old days, there were attractions to coming to UW. You wanted to play for the uniform, especially if you were a defensive player. The Cowboys had a defense. If you were a linebacker to come out of Wyoming, that meant something. There are upgrades now to the facility, the campus. There are still reasons to come to Laramie that don't involve the dollar.
Oh, absolutely. I think Jay's hit rate on, once he gets guys actually on campus, almost all of them commit to Wyoming right away. And, that's the great thing about Josh Allen and some of, the success of recent teams is people are aware of Josh Allen. They're aware that the atmosphere at War Memorial Stadium has turned into the best in the Mountain West since about 2016 when Allen beat Northern Illinois in triple overtime. Even though Jay has struggled these last 2 years, the crowds have been outstanding. So it's still very attractive. And then, all these guys, only a small percent of them are going to make the NFL, but they all dream of it. And to have Josh Allen, and you mentioned the linebackers, Logan Wilson, Chad Muma, who I mentioned, Frank Crum, Andrew Winger, the list goes on. There's a track record under Craig Bowl and now going into Jay Savell of producing NFL players. So, and a lot of these guys, even some of the power guys, they just added a offensive lineman from Nebraska and a linebacker from USC. The portal works both ways. Most of the time, Wyoming's getting guys coming up from a lower level, but we also get some guys that just want to play that were maybe on the bench at power schools. They say, your facility that has been built is as good as anything we've seen, and they're at some of the richest schools in the country. So there's still a lot in place. Obviously, it's a dangerous time with what's being proposed in the legislature, but I think Tom is confident that, the investment that Jay and people have made, that they're going to turn things around on offense. They did it last year on defense, and they need to, because in this new Mountain West, Wyoming, in my opinion, should be at the top.
Yeah, we put out a good product on the football field. Certainly the defense, there was the 1 year where it was last year, or 2 years ago, where it was like, what happened to our defense? But that got fixed. Really, the only thing, you're just one portal transfer and one hire away from getting that offense where it needs to be. You can't play 1980s offense anymore in college football. You got to open it up. It's it's the game that demands explosives now, and Wyoming is a little behind getting there. But we got a new hire at OC who certainly could bring some of that, and he brings with us a William and Mary quarterback who might be able to get it done. We're not going to be in the realm of, basically hiring quarterbacks like that kid from Miami who's 6 years in college, hasn't gone to a class, and makes more money than a lot of pros make. We're not going to be in that game, but we can at least entice, some quality offensive guys, some pieces to make us competitive. And Coach Savell is putting money where his mouth is. He's donating some of that salary to retain staffers that he thinks can get it done, and to help bring in guys who wear the helmet who maybe can get it done. I'm excited. Hopeful, Ryan?
Yeah, I met Christian Taylor the other day. He's the new offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
He's from this William and Mary coaching tree that has produced, ironically, McDermott, the former Buffalo coach, and now the new coach Brady. Both are William and Mary guys. And as coincidence, or maybe not coincidence would have it, they have signed Tyler Hughes, a graduate transfer quarterback from William and Mary, who really was outstanding at the FCS level. So, what I like about Christian and this relationship with Tyler Hughes, he recruited him actually to William Mary, is so he already knows Christian's playbook. And also Christian told him, I don't want you to come to Wyoming until you finish your degree at William and Mary, which he has done. So I just like that connection. This does not mean that Mason Drew can't win the job, from the kid from Gillette who's super talented, who loves Wyoming with a passion.
Yeah.
You look at Landon Sims, gave a spark last year before getting injured. He'll be back recovering. And then they have Hasselbeck, whose dad and uncle played in the NFL as a freshman coming in. So they've upgraded the quarterback position, but now they need to develop it and get production out of it. Wyoming, if you look at the analytics, what they've done on defense, Jay Savel's won 7 games in 2 years. If they would add a mediocre offense, he would have won 14 games in these 2 years. So that's obviously been a bugaboo since probably Josh Allen left, and it's time to get it rolling on offense. We've seen it. I mean, I grew up in the 80s with Paul Roach and Joe Tiller in the early 90s, and we've done it before. We need to do it again. Wyoming should be good at offense and defense.
Yeah, and then that defense, golly, they were out on the field there's so many 3-and-outs. That defense, they deserve all kinds of accolades and awards. But yeah, we're going to get the offense up to where the defense is. Still reason for excitement at the war. Cowboys, go Pokes. Jared Petrino is going to be on next, so we'll continue the brown and gold discussion. Great. Yeah, Ryan, don't be a stranger. Anytime we have something coming up that involves UW sports, we got to reach out. You reach out as well. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, thanks for having me on. This was fun. Yeah, they do call me the Pokes Insider, but all my coverage is at goyo.com, and it's been fun because all these athletes, whether it's basketball, wrestling, track, you name it, they have a great story, and it's my job to produce as many of these stories as I can. And since I'm around them every day, it's easier for me than some of these other outlets. So that's if you want to check out Pokes Insider, bookmark it. The content is flowing.
Pokes Insider, Coach Sundance Wicks got the basketball team playing pretty good. Girls played tonight. The wrestling team, and I think golfing just started. A lot going on, Laramie, sports-wise. Thanks, Ryan.
All right, anytime. Appreciate you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Jared Petrino will pop in, and we'll talk more Pokes right after this quick break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show right back to UW, University of Wyoming. Go Pokes, Cowboys, Jared Petrino's on. Jared, let's start with, pick up the conversation we left off with Ryan in the revenue sharing, name, image, likeness. This notion that it costs money today. You got to pay to play in, let's say, football. And I'm starting to come around the idea that we have to stay D1, even though I love Montana State. I love what I see elsewhere. Staying D1's pretty important. To put a winning product on the field, it's going to take money for the NIL stuff, but it's even bigger than that. It's bigger than making the Cowboys top in the Mountain West. It's almost saving the Mountain West as a conference. If there is going to be a Mountain West, if we are going to save college football as we know it, it starts with making sure we got a good product on the field in Wyoming. We play a pivotal role here, or can. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the teams that are kind of really the anchors of the Mountain West are moving forward next year. It's going to be us and New Mexico and Air Force. I mean, we're the ones that have been in this league the longest. The league started in '99, so you think about that and who has come and gone since then. And so now we're trying to hold on, and I think we're trying to protect our league and bring in some good opponents like UTEP and Northern Illinois. And yeah, we're casting our web a lot wider, but at the same time, you hit it on the head. I think it's important for us to stay there. I think it's going to take care of itself. I think at some point there's going to be, like I talked about this last week, there's going to be a group of 4 or a group of 6 league that's going to play for a national championship at some point. I think it's coming at some point.
I don't know Coach Salvel. You know him better than I do. I see the press conferences. I see his frustration over the lack of offense, and I'm right there with him. We're both like, why can't we score points? Why can't we get a passing game going? Coach Salvel says that too, and he says that day is coming. Is he saving his job with this donation of part of the salary for NIL, or is this really Coach J? Is this where his heart is? He loves University of Wyoming. He bleeds the brown and gold.
I think it's a little bit of probably a little bit of both, a little bit. But I think the biggest thing that he mentioned was, he did it because that was the quickest way to get it done. Because you do it this way, you control it yourself, as opposed to going through all the. I've worked for the university, and there's a lot of red tape and things you got to go through to get certain things. And in a short amount of window for this portal, you had to get things done quickly. And I think this was the fastest way he could do it. And he didn't think twice about it, and he did it. And I think it shows how much investment he has in this, and how important it is to him. And I it was kind of nice to see some people respect that and see that. You saw some people responding to that. It's not like a publicity stunt. This could have came out last December that he was doing this, right? But he did it under the weeds, and it just came out just recently. So I don't think it's like, hey, look at me type of thing. I think it's just that's how much he cares about this program and how bad he wants it to be successful and how much he wants to put a good product for the state on the field.
Hopefully that gets others, that spurs others to involvement. We know getting money out of Cheyenne's going to be like squeezing blood, man, with the lawmakers and the way they're holding on to the purse strings there. So, yeah, maybe donors follow the what Coach Salvel has done, and that's put his money up to get better players and to retain staff. How about this new OC? I see in a story today in 7220 that he plans to bring grit and physicality to the offense. When you think of offense, you think, we need a quarterback with a rocket arm. We need some fast wide receivers. We need all these skill position. But, the game very often comes down to what happens on the line of scrimmage and physicality in the offense. What do you like about this guy, Christian Taylor? I'm besides Buffalo Bills.
Yeah, I honestly, I've kind of done some research a little bit. I think what I like about him coming out and saying that, now we got to see it. I think you can say what you want to say and what people want to hear, but it's good to know that that's the page he's on. I think you look at the most winningest coach in Wyoming football history was Coach Bull, and not no one sat here and would say on the table for what his offense did, except for 2 years with Josh Allen, right? So, but at the same time, but you look at the win column and it related to wins, right? So like I think that's the thing that we're always going to be about. We're going to be that gritty, that that Indiana method where we don't have 4 or 5-star players. We have a bunch of 3 stars and 2 stars, but we're going to be tough, and we're going to win in the line of scrimmage, and we're going to beat you there, and that's where it all starts. And I think that's good for him to be able to come out and say that. I've talked to some people that have ties to William and Mary and have worked with them or played for them, and I keep getting the same thing back. He's one of the smartest guys I've ever seen, been around. He's very intelligent. He's going to work with what he has. It's not like he's set and running what he he's going to look at his personnel and run it. I think the one thing the last couple of years we maybe got into is we tried to just run an offense to run an offense. We didn't know. I don't know if it was our identity, to say the least, and especially when you didn't have the person behind center to possibly make it go like we wanted it to go. I just don't know if we're ever going to get those blazing receivers and that type of thing. It's going to be, back with Coach Tiller, no one really threw the ball. Everyone was running the ball, right? So he wanted to be different. He threw the ball, and he had Ryan Harris and Ryan Yarborough and those guys to do it with, and a bunch of quarterbacks and stuff like that. Well, now everyone's kind of spreading it out. Well, I don't know if we're going to get all those players and not that speed, but if we can win the trenches and win the line of scrimmage and 3 yards in a cloud of dust, I mean, it's going to be like that. And you look at the backs that we have coming back with Tote, and then this new back that they just got from West Virginia that I think is a big get. It's going to be exciting to see what's coming out of that backfield and keeping the offensive tackles and the offensive line.
Yeah, it's not all throwing. I mean, look at the NFL. There's a resurgence in the running game all of a sudden. Now running is in fashion again. But Wyoming needs to have, as you said, an offensive identity that's more than just we'll put those guys out there to let the defense rest. That's not what the offense is for, man. We got to score points.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, let's switch gears. Yesterday, first day of practice for the Senior Bowl, and big congrats to a tight end, Gillenborg. He's going to the Senior Bowl. The last Cowboy to do so was Chad Muma in 2022. That game takes place this Saturday.
Yep. Yeah, down in Mobile, Alabama. So they're down there right now practicing, and it's a chance for all the scouts to come out, and they get to get coached by NFL coaches, and they get to get all the scouts are down there watching guys. So it's a great way to build your resume right in front of scouts and GMs that are all there watching.
Yeah, and Wyoming's never been a place where players put up gaudy numbers that attract the eye. Even Josh Allen passed by because the numbers weren't there. But Gillenborg, 80 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 7 touchdowns. But tight end's kind of up there with linebackers when it comes out of Wyoming, and it's a tight end. You have good assurance as a GM in the NFL that you're getting a good player.
Yeah, 100%. You look at the tight ends in the league right now that are dominant. I mean, very, very few of them are big school guys. They're coming from a FCS or a group of 6 team that, they've built that they've gotten the reps, and they're in those offenses that are still kind of run that stuff. So it's, you look at Tucker Kraft, that was from South Dakota State. You look at, even Travis Kelce was from Cincinnati. We're not talking like Cincinnati's a powerhouse in football. So again, you talk about those the best tight ends out there. Not many of them are big school guys, and that's a good position for guys that like out of Wyoming and be able to make a name for himself and get a chance to earn a good living.
On the hardwood in the AA, Wyoming Cowboys 66-62 win over San Jose State last weekend. Improves the Pokes to 12-8 overall, 3-6 in conference, 10 wins at home. The boys doing pretty good, getting some guys back healthy.
Yeah, and they didn't get any of the guys back on Saturday, so that's probably why I think Coach Wicks was just happy to get a win. I mean, we were kind of on a losing skid there. I think it was 5-game skid there, and so it's good to get back in the win column, being shorthanded. Hopefully they get some of those guys back this week because it doesn't get any easier. They're at Utah State tonight, and then CSU at home this weekend, and then they got Utah State again next Wednesday. And Utah State's one of the best teams in the Mountain West this year. So It doesn't get much easier, and I think they got San Diego State in there too somewhere, so it's not going to get much easier. So big stretch here for the Pokes against some pretty good competition.
Cowgirls got off to a slow start in their last contest, but once they got rolling, 74-56 over Utah State. Girls play tonight, Fresno at home, right? 6:30 tap.
Yep, they're at home tonight. I don't know when they put the scheduling together. That's the most unique thing I've ever seen. You play the same team in your conference back-to-back games, just a home. They played Utah State back-to-back, which is just, I've never seen that before in all my time of playing a team back-to-back. I don't know how that laid out like that, but they were able to get 2 wins, and it's not easy to go into Logan and get a win. So hopefully they keep that momentum tonight against Fresno State at home.
Well, maybe they're worried about keeping the kids hitting the books and doing the classroom stuff because you don't have to go over tape. You just saw that team the other night, man. You know what they do. They've already been scouted.
In the environment of college athletics, we're worried about school right now, and we're talking about all this money. Yeah, I think the last thing people are worried about is school right now. So, which is unfortunate.
I know. Hey, Jared, thanks for being on. Appreciate it. We'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good one.
You
Go Pokes.
Go Pokes. Jared Petrino on every Wednesday on the Cowboy State Daily Show. And reason for optimism for the football team. Coach Jay Salvell donating a chunk of his salary to aid NIL efforts and retain staff. That's good news. Hey, that's putting up, man. And a new offensive coordinator in Laramie with ties to William and Mary and the Buffalo Bills. 2 good places to have on your resume. I love it. And that's probably good news for the offense in Laramie. The Senior Bowl takes place this weekend, and we got a tight end, John Michael Gillenborg, will be there at the Senior Bowl. We'll all be rooting for him. And lots of basketball action. Girls in action tonight at home, hosting Fresno State. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Final hour coming up next, right after news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Mouse the horse had been missing since July of 2025, only to be found alive by snowmobilers in the Wind River Mountains on Sunday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the rescue was an all-hands-on-deck situation to reach and rescue the horse.
Horse went missing during a backcountry packing trip in July 2025, so they knew that there was a horse missing in that area. And one of the people who found the horse actually recognized it because he was on the packing trip where the horse went missing. So he knew it was that missing horse. They contacted the owner, and then everyone suddenly got a fire under their butts. So they put together a plan that involved several snowmobilers, a snowcat, and a river raft that was supplied so they could load the horse up and drag it across the snow. It was a one-horse open sleigh, if you will, and a successful effort. Once everybody put their minds to it and found the best time they do it, they did it.
They say you can lead a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. Well, in this case, Mouse was eager to be led anywhere that would get him to warmth and safety, but the horse was effectively trapped in the mountains. The Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association on Monday voted to move its headquarters, Hall of Fame, and museum to Cheyenne in 2029. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that PRCA's move from Colorado depends on one main thing.
It's contingent on funding to help with the move. I think the deal maker here is that it doesn't cost the PRCA anything to move. That's part of the deal. That's not the case, then they're not going to move.
Cheyenne Frontier Days Chief Tom Herzig says it's the rodeo equivalent of getting the NFL headquarters. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
My name's Brady Thornock. I manage my family's ranch here in Uena County. Ranching teaches you to think long-term, and it teaches you that Wyoming stays strong when there's real work here. That's why I'm building a data center on this ranch with a Wyoming company called Prometheus Hyperscale. This project will create thousands of Wyoming jobs, and it will use Wyoming's natural gas resources. We need to build Wyoming. I'm doing this for the future of Wyoming.
Build Wyoming with Prometheus Hyperscale. Go to buildwyoming.com.
What if healthcare worked the way it should? Hoskinson Premier Care. Comprehensive quality care with one predictable fee. Unlimited office visits, annual wellness exams, preventative screenings, and advanced imaging. Primary and specialty care, in-house labs, mental health and wellness support, including physical therapy and nutrition. Just for $250 a month. No copays, no deductibles. World-class care right here in Gillette. We are the future of healthcare now, and your doctor works here. Visit HoskinsonHealth.com.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wyoming lawmakers reversed their denial of $58 million in federal Medicaid funds for tribal clinics after people protested. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Representative John Baer called it an accounting issue, while Representative Larson said Baer was, quote, covering his butt, unquote.
Baer says, hey, I want to explain. The governor could still move this money through using his own processes. I confronted Baer like, well, this doesn't match what you said when you voted to block this money. And he said, okay, but at least part of that was in the back of his mind.
Now, this all unfolded at Central Wyoming College in Riverton amid a protest, a legislative meeting of the Select Tribal Relations Committee, and tense testimony in which one lawmaker accused another of being disingenuous. Madeline Daly on Monday pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder for allegedly killing her 11-month-old son Basil in New Mexico following a custody dispute from Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that she remains held without bond amid potential federal charges.
On Monday, she went before the judge and pled not guilty to the charges of first-degree murder. She's currently being held without bond, pending her future court date. She's also currently being investigated federally. Jake Stoner, the boy's father, finally has the boy's remains home with him in Kilgore, Nebraska, and he's planning the boy's funeral for early February.
The boy's father, Jake Stoner of Kilgore, Nebraska, reported him missing after Daly skipped a custody court hearing, at which point Stoner was granted emergency custody and a federal warrant was issued for Daly's arrest. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Wednesday. Special treat for me, and I hope our listeners, to get AJ Lamb on here. Full disclosure, AJ and I share a night job as DJs. We know the challenges of the biz and our day jobs. His is working at the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. That's what AJ's on to talk about. Mine is doing this deal. And we had an old home week. Marc Gill was on the show earlier. AJ, I, and Marc did a little time with a rodeo outfit out of Evanston. So, isn't that fun?
Man, it is absolutely a blast. And I'm so excited just to come back and be here with you, Jake, and kind of pick up our old roots again and see each other and enjoy these conversations that we always get to do together.
It feels so natural. Let's start off with the big question. What's going on in Evanston? What's so great about Evanston, other than the great hotels, the great restaurants to eat in? Evanston, what's happening?
You know, Evanston has what I like to call one of the greatest vibes in Wyoming, because we bring the fresh air, the freedom, and absolutely the fun. With our city incorporating their lodging board to really kind of boost people and drive people to come in, we've created some really fun events just here at the Chamber alone that bring people into Evanston, put smiles on people's faces, and really kind of enjoy that true meaning of freedom and fun here. And the first one that comes to my mind is the Evanston Brew Fest.
Tell me more. I'm sold.
Oh, yeah.
You had me a brew, but yeah.
Every year, we come together and bring in local and people from out of state that are truly appreciative of the brew life, making not just homemade brews, but brews that we all know, love, trust, and enjoy. And you get to come down, hear some great music through the time, play some fun games. We had a band last year called Atlas Falls, really rock our house. And then we turned around and played a bunch of games while you got a little dizzy, consuming the alcoholic beverages and just enjoying the time here in Evanston. And Brewfest is one of our pivotal moments where you get to come together as a community and enjoy suds and buds. So
I like it. I'll see you then. AJ Lamb, Evanston Chamber of Commerce. Talk a little bit about what it's like being a unique kind of gateway to the Utah Front Range, if there's such a thing. The whole Salt Lake, Ogden. I mean, Evanston historically has been such a gateway of Wyoming back in the railroad days. That put Evanston on the map, literally. And now you're kind of like the first stop, folks that are coming into the state from down in that southwest corner. Evanston's the first thing they see. You're our impression of Wyoming. I hope you're doing us proud.
We are definitely trying every single day because we'll turn around and it is the gateway to the Uintas. It is the gateway to the beauty of what Wyoming holds. And we want to stand firm with that. So the minute you get in here, you truly get to see those Wyoming values. I know many people will walk in and you might have a Utah license plate or a New York or California license plate. Here in Evanston, we're going to hold that door for you and make sure you enter in with a smile on your face because we want to share the Wyoming values that every city, every township, and every part of Wyoming holds true with that.
Whenever I'm in Evanston, it still has a feel of a small town USA, small town Wyoming, but it's a city and there's a lot to do and a lot going on. Talk about some of the regular ongoing events that Chamber has, whether it's lunch and learn, music, bingo, and trivia with yours truly, whiskey, wine, Wednesdays. What do you have regular stuff that goes on? There's always something happening.
You know, that's my favorite part about Evanston, Wyoming, is there is something always happening. Whether you have like a jackpot draw or card games going on here in town, like at the VFW or the Eagles. Just like you said, yours truly, we put on a fun trivia night on Tuesdays. We put on a great music bingo event on Thursdays. And then you get to sing along with us at karaoke. And, you know, I am a little biased because we do that at night, like you were saying, as a DJ job. But then in the daytimes, we have great things going on at our local library, our Uinta County Museum, our conservation districts, always putting on great lectures and understanding so you can learn how to grow things, to our farmers markets in the summer that go on and that we truly get to enjoy. And you brought up our lunch and learns. The Chamber loves doing a monthly lunch and learn that we get to bring our community together to learn something, whether it's learning about your end of life and how to get your finances in order so it's not a stressful thing for your families, to what the Evanston Chamber is all about, or how to actually just sit there in public speak and learn something.
We're going to talk next in a minute of the value of joining, being the next member of the Evanston Chamber. By the way, you can find them on the internet, evanstonwyo.com, evanstonwyo.com. First, though, AJ, you got to tell me how I can get on this Cowboy Cruise 26 7-day cruise. You're going to step. You are bouging it up, man. Turks and Caicos? Like, come on. How do I get on this?
You can actually join. Hop on to evanstonwyo.com, and that homepage has the big cruise on there. If you click on that picture, it's going to give you all the details, and you don't want to miss out. You still have the opportunity to join right up to the very last day. If they have a spot for you, you are more than welcome. And it's not just an Evanston thing, actually. We're going to team up with Rock Springs. And that first night that you're out on the high seas, enjoying the lifestyle of the cruise, you get to join other Wyoming nights. So you're not going to be, just sat there by yourself going, I don't know anyone, because we're bringing home of Wyoming down to the Caribbean. So.
Oh, man, I love it. February 28th through March 7th. Find out more on the internet. You can click on that and you see the whole poster deal and links to how you can get involved, get signed up, and get on that ship. Do it now. How do we get involved with the chamber? What do you bring? If I'm a member of the Evanston Chamber, I got a whole army of people working for me in my business.
We are here for everyone, whether you're a small business of one person and doing it by yourself, or a small business, or even a large business of 400 people. We want to support you. And I think that's the real thing that we are as a chamber. We are your advocates. We want to turn around and make sure if you have an event going on, or you just have an idea, thought, a truly something that you enjoy to do, whether it's, hey, we're open real late or not, we want to get that out to the world. So one of our biggest things is promoting you as a client or as a member. And we do that through our social medias, our website, our membership directory, our relocation packet, our electronic billboard. And then we put you on our newsletters. And then every time someone calls us up, I just had an individual call just before joining the radio show. And they were looking at our new Gateway Horse Palace gaming establishment that's coming in town and asking questions. And we will give you the lowdown of all those things. And we want to share our knowledge with you. And so we are there to back you up and uplift you as a member so your business or your individuality is successful.
Whenever I'm in Evanston and I can't get down there enough, go Big Red, home of the Red Devils. AJ, the whole reason I think I stay at Dunmar, at Best Western, the whole reason I go out and eat at Suds, let's say, is because the promotion works, the marketing works, the efforts of the chamber to get these businesses in front of my eyes. And I love to buy local, to spend my money local.
Absolutely. And we're the forefront. So every time you search for something about Evanston, you're going to see the chamber's website. So it's just important for you visually to be a part of us, and we can get your word out just as simple as a Google search or wherever search you're looking for. We're going to be the first ones in the forefront for you.
Yeah, it's the virtual visitor center and Chamber of Commerce. That's what it's had to be really across the state of Wyoming. It's kind of a twofold venture probably for you too as well in Evanston. Is you're there to promote businesses and local businesses and get, make sure the economy's rolling, but also you have to serve the visitor. I just got to Evanston. Where do I go? What do I do? Do you have a physical visitor center there?
We absolutely do, and it's nestled in the beautiful Uinta County Museum here, and that's where we're located right now. So you get to come down to 1020 Front Street and enjoy some not only history and learn something in the museum itself, which we love to partner with, but then we have everything from maps for all of Wyoming, Idaho, Montana, Utah. You can find your snowmobile trails access, your Oregon Trail and Mormon trails as you go through and want to check those ones out. We are your visitor center, and we have the information so you can just enjoy Evanston without having to sit there on your phone trying to find every facet that we can provide for you.
Evanston has it all, man. History, a truly Wyoming feel, access to outdoors, I love it. Evanston's a great representation of Wyoming. If I was going to take somebody from Mars and drop them in Wyoming somewhere and say, this is what it's like to be in Wyoming, I'll put them in Evanston right now. What a great town.
It's a truly beautiful town, and we have those small little things that don't go unnoticed, but are truly gems that we have. Like, we have one of the only working round tables in Evanston for your trains.
Oh, yes.
One of the only working and complete one ready to go. If you want to see the white buffaloes, head on down to the Bear River State Park, where you actually get to see true white buffaloes enjoying and hanging out in nature that you get to visually see.
Interesting. I went to college in Oneonta, New York, where they boast a roundhouse. It's where it was the end of the line train where sometimes the locomotive pulled in and the whole thing turned and set it back the other way. Yeah, that's interesting. So much fun things about Evanston. AJ Lamb can tell you more, learn more. EvanstonYO.com is the place to go from the chamber. Anything else, AJ?
We'd love to have you. We'd love to see you, and we'd love to shake your hand and help your business succeed, or just help you as an individual enjoy Evanston. You can always call us at 307-783-0370, or like you said, EvanstonWYO.com. Come in, visit, and truly see what Evanston has for y'all.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to be down there on February 10th. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's go have lunch together.
I'm going to do a little basketball. We'll have lunch and we'll catch up again. It's AJ Lamb. Thanks, buddy.
Thanks, Jake. We appreciate you and appreciate all the work you do for us.
You know it. We'll see you again soon. Don't be a stranger. AJ Lamb and the Chamber of Commerce, EvanstonYO.com. That's where you find him. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more of the show right after this here.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Oh, right. Look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. So cool to have AJ on. As I mentioned, AJ Lamb works at the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. AJ and I used to also work for an outfit called My Local Rodeo, producing high school rodeo in Idaho, Utah, Wyoming. And AJ and I are both also DJs. AJ works under the Bearded Boombox Productions, often does stuff chamber related, including music trivia. If I ever went to one of his music trivia, I would have to be, what do you call it? I would be overqualified. They would not allow me in the contest because I would crush it. Whether it's name that tune in 3 notes, I'm good at that. Whether it's one hit wonder, who's that group that did this song, I would be considered ineligible to participate in music trivia, I guarantee. I'm too good at it, AJ. Don't let me be in the contest. But I do want to go on that 2026 Cowboy Cruise that they're organizing at the Evanston Chamber of Commerce. I thought this was fake news, but I guess it's not. I read this the other day. Round 3 for the year. 3 times this year, maybe 3 times in 2025. It can't be in 26. But 3 times within the year, President Trump's Hollywood star has been destroyed again. He has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and there's a photo of it that I'll share here that shows the star just smashed up as if someone took a sledgehammer to it and defaced the star. Now, I wasn't so surprised that someone would do that to President Trump's star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, but I was surprised to learn that he has a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. For what? How? Why? So I did snopes it myself, and Donald Trump has a Hollywood Walk of Fame star awarded in 2007 for producing the Miss Universe pageant. Wow, they just give those stars away to anybody. Not that that's not significant, but really? Of all the people that don't have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, those include Julia Roberts, Clint Eastwood, Denzel Washington, George Clooney, Madonna, Prince. Donald Trump has a star in the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and they cannot keep that thing in one piece. People keep bashing it, wrecking it. You need 24-hour surveillance on this thing. Pickaxe attacks, repeated vandalism and destruction of his star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which, if you're taking notes, and in case you're in the area, the star is at about 6801 Hollywood Boulevard. You'll find Trump's star. The Chamber of Commerce still has not removed it, despite numerous petitions and calls for its removal. Since he became president in 2016, the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce has received numerous phone calls, emails saying, get Trump's star off of there. The chamber won't. The celebrities I mentioned who do not have a star on the Hall of Fame, the Walk of Fame, do not because they have refused a star or failed to really get with the program. They include, as I said, Julia Roberts, Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood outright refused the star, turned it down. Didn't feel it was needed to validate his legacy. I agree. Clint is above having a star. He don't need it. He is a star. Julia Roberts also declined the offer, preferring privacy over being public on the pavement. George Clooney reportedly accepted the idea, but never committed to a date for the unveiling. Therefore, there's a 5-year window, apparently, where they tell you, hey, we want to put a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame of you, and your people have to respond, and you've got to set that up and do the whole ceremony and the groundbreaking, all that, within 5 years. If not, well, that opportunity goes away. Apparently, in George Clooney's case, he was okay with the idea. He just never got around to doing anything about it. Denzel Washington accepted the honor, but also never scheduled the required ceremony. Oops. Madonna famously turned down the offer in the 90s, choosing to, quote, march to her own beat. Prince rejected the honor multiple times, believing his music catalog stood on its own. And Bruce Springsteen was offered the star. Springsteen accepted, but never showed up for the ceremony. Brad Pitt, also Leonardo DiCaprio, Will Smith, Beyonce, Oprah Winfield, Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, all absent from the Hollywood Walk of Fame. But Donald Trump has a star on the Walk of Fame, at least in theory. If you were to go to look at it today, I think it's all bashed up again today. Now, for the third time in a year. Oh, well. Stories we're following in the, well, first let's do this day in history. We haven't had a chance to do that, and I need the requisite break after that when we go to rodeo. My throat is on the verge of collapse. I called the girls and boys basketball games last night. Jackson Bronx, Teton Timberwolves, go Bronx. And I'm a little talked out, even me, yes. This day in 1813 was the published date of Pride and Prejudice. Some consider it the greatest English novel ever. It was the greatest for Jane Austen, her most successful, and it is an impressive piece of work. Intellect, wit, keen observations, great book. It should be on everybody's short list of books to read. Came out on this day, 1813, Pride and Prejudice. This day, 1887, a snowstorm at Fort Keogh, Montana, where the world's largest snowflakes ever reported were noted on this day. Guess how big these snowflakes were. This is impressive. Here's a trivia question for Abby. She'll be on the show tomorrow. We always put Abby to the test with trivia questions. Some of them are themed. Maybe we'll just throw this one in as a really oddball piece of trivia that everybody should know, but nobody does. The world's largest snowflake ever recorded were recorded on this day, 1887, Fort Keogh, Montana. They were 15 inches wide and 8 inches thick. Can you imagine? 15 inches wide snowflake. That's like the size of the head of your snowman. And it was one snowflake. God, man, you didn't want to get hit by one of them snowflakes during the snowstorm in Montana. 1912, this day, it's the birthday of Jackson Pollock, famed artist, born in Cody, as many know. First name Paul, but he chose to go by the middle name. Jackson Pollock became famous for the art that featured paint splatters very controversial art figure. Also lived a tortured life. Pollock struggled with alcoholism his entire life. Short-lived life. He died in a car wreck in which he was driving under the influence. But the birthday today of Jackson Pollock, born in Cody, Wyoming. 1942 this day, the USS Wyoming put in at Norfolk and began a series of gunnery training drills in Chesapeake Bay this day, 1942. January 28th, 1948, the coldest day for Laramie of the year, 1948. That's the year that was a real winter. Not like the one we got now. This day, 1948 in Laramie, the temperature dropped to minus 28. That's pretty cold for Laramie. Other parts of Wyoming, maybe not. That's kind of run of the mill, but 28 below, yeah. That's a record coldest day of the year in 1948 for Laramie. This day, 1949, more weather-related activity. 18 Wyoming counties asked for emergency relief to clear snow following ferocious blizzards. The winter of 1949, they still talk about it. 18 of the 23 counties in Wyoming asked for emergency federal relief to clear snow following blizzards. This day in 1955, Mary Bellamy, Wyoming's first female legislator, died in Laramie. She served in the House from 1910 through 1912 and then again in 1918 through 1920. And finally, on this day, 2014, in a 3-2 decision with a blistering dissent, the Wyoming Supreme Court struck down the decision restructuring the State Department of Education, 2014. All these things happen on this day in history, January 28. Time now to check out the Western Ag Network, see what our friend Will Rasmussen's been up to.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen on my way to Rapid City, South Dakota for the reigning large rodeo of the year in professional rodeo. Today, Tim O'Connell, 10-time national finals bareback rider and a 3-time world champion who is also the television analyst on the Cowboy Channel. We'll talk about his duties on the Cowboy Channel when we come back.
CattleCon 2026 heads to the heart of Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Music City is the place to be for the largest cattle industry event of the year, offering education, networking, and fun. Plus, you can check out the huge NCBA trade show, outstanding entertainment, and more. Go where the beef industry meets. CattleCon 2026 in Music City, downtown Nashville, February 3rd to the 5th. Visit convention.ncba.org for more.
The K2 Red Angus Winter Bull and Female Sale is Thursday, February 5th at the K2 Sale Barn near Wheatland, Wyoming, offering 100 head of K2 Red genetics raised to work in a real-world range environment. Functional, fertile, and efficient, K2 Red Angus selects for foot, leg, and udder structure while maintaining a focus on profitability and real-world carcass merit. K2 bulls are always pap tested and always guaranteed. Broadcast live on DB Auction. Lunch at noon, sale at 1. Visit K2RedAngus.com for a sale catalog and directions.
I know that as a competitor, you studied all 105 bareback horses that were chosen to go to the NFR. Do you do that as an analyst as well, or do you just know them, or explain that to me?
Yeah, I mean, I would just go through the same prep work as an analyst as I did as a competitor. You know, as a competitor, I would study all 105, and I'd find video on them. I'd talk around about them, figure out their tendencies inside of a small indoor arena, and try to find 2 to 3 videos, and then you can start to see the tendencies in the animal through multiple videos of them. You know, I'd hardly ever watch the rider on their back. I want to see what they're doing. And it's the same prep work I would do as an analyst, because if I can say we have one that I know is going to be a little rowdy in the box, and, you know, Jeff does the setup, and then, you know, he kind of kicks it to me, I have something to talk about while they're inside the buck and shoot before they get to the play-by-play.
That is the voice of Tim O'Connell, who we'll find out in future episodes of the Rodeo Road Show. that he wants a shot at those yellow chutes again to make another appearance or two at the National Finals Rodeo. He's healthy now, and he'll be cracking out again in 2026. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Well, that's pretty cool. Will talking to a color guy who does color rodeo TV for Cowboy Channel. I was the play-by-play guy for Wyoming High School Rodeo, carried by the Cowboy Channel Plus app. And my color guy was Marc Gill, who we had on the show today. And that's exactly what that guy said we would do, is especially in the rough stock events, there'd be sometimes before they pull the gate on some of the bucking stock, there might be problems in there, and there might be delays where you have a rank one that can't settle down in the box. And in that time, that was the color guy's time to shine, and he would give you inside info on what was happening. He would say, so-and-so's having trouble with his wrap, or this bull doesn't like to, he's not standing up in the chute. They'd rather have his head up, head pointed out, stand him up, all kinds of cool information. He might know the book on a certain horse. Like this horse, when he exits, loves to start by spinning left. So watch for this and this. And yeah, it's really interesting stuff. Will Rasmussen always bringing the interest to rodeo. Had a phone message from Christina in Maryland the other day. I forgot to mention it yesterday and the day before. Christina's in Maryland, and they were forecasted to get some pretty good snow during round one of what we'll call that polar vortex thing, round one. She said local forecasters were telling her 10 to 14 inches, and the average in Baltimore turned out to be more like 4 inches. But she said still people panicked. Schools closed for several days, and most people still didn't bother buying a snow shovel. She said many just kicked the snow. I have seen those kind of people, the same people that don't shovel their porch or their steps and just kick the snow out of the way and create like this tiny skinny path. I understand if it's Baltimore and the snow's only going to be there for a couple of days, but I see it in Wyoming. The same lazy people that don't shovel their entire steps, rather just kick the snow and tromp it down on a very thin path. Those are the same people that also create that little portal hole, that little submarine periscope hole in their windshield. Like that's all they do to clear the snow. They're driving around in what amounts to a moving iceberg, a moving snowdrift, as if to show off the fact, market the fact, oh, look how much snow I got on my car. No, what your end result of you showing off is your laziness. Like the one hole, or if you've even bothered to do that, some people just do you're like, that's all my wipers can get. The one hole to peep out. Meanwhile, how do I see anything behind me? You can't. How do I see anything to the side of me? I don't. That's it. The one little hole. Those are the same people that also, I think, kick the snow out of the way of their steps. Oh, the laziness. But as our friend Christina says, can't wait until I retire and move to escape the insanity. We can't wait either. Christina, get out of Maryland. Get out of Baltimore and come to Wyoming, where we do shovel the snow when we get it. Now, I mean, we don't have any right now, but you got more than we do, I bet. National news today. New York Times headlines. a man attacked Representative Ilhan Omar, the Democrat from Minnesota. She was holding this press conference, holding a town hall last night when this absolute unhinged Looney Tune stood up out of his seat, walked right at her with a syringe of something. I don't know if we still know what it is. New York Times called it a strong-smelling liquid. This nutcase, if you've seen the video, I wonder if I have the video. Let's see. It was so weird. Here is man lunges at Ilhan Omar during Minneapolis town hall. A man who had been sitting in the front row rushed at the Democratic representative and sprayed her with a strong-smelling liquid. He was physically removed by security, booked in jail. Just a nutcase. And I think I might have video if anybody has not seen it. Here, she was, obviously this is going on in Minnesota, Minneapolis, where we know there's ICE, we know there's the left, and the left is represented by pretty much Minneapolis, the city as a whole, pretty much Minnesota, the state as a whole. This representative is a Democrat, and presumably said nutcase with the syringe of something is MAGA. He represents the right, and he didn't like the message he was hearing. I don't know what's wrong with him. The guy's got something wrong with him because he doesn't appear to be stable in this video. He's not walking right. He's either inebriated or he has I don't know what's the matter with him, but let's see if I can make the video work.
Kristi Noem must resign or face impeachment.
Whoa. Yeah, and she kind of goes back at him. Yeah, this guy just gets up, comes at her with a syringe of this brown liquid. Those on the scene described it as strong smelling. I don't know what it was, but dude, politics aside, this is not how we behave in America or in the world or as human beings. We don't do this. This is never right. This guy ought to get locked up for a good long while. Meanwhile, the whole situation with ICE and the killing of Alex Preddy, who was protesting ICE in Minneapolis, the federal government is responding. Unlike the Renee Good situation, where the federal government just spun a different narrative and basically said it was Renee Good's fault. She was in the wrong. She was trying to weaponize her vehicle and run over a poor ICE agent. This time around, President Trump on down, the feds are acknowledging that maybe ICE is going too hard. President Trump met with Kristi Noem for a couple hours the other day in a closed-door session. Trump also promised, quote, a very honorable and honest investigation into the death of Alex Preddy. But he again blamed Preddy for carrying a firearm to the protest legally, but put a little bit of the blame on Preddy. If you have the right to carry, if we do have a Second Amendment in America, then you have the right to carry to anything, including protests. However, if I'm someone who is a loved one of Alex Preddy, if I'm a brother, if I'm a dad, if I'm anybody who can give advice, I would say, Alex, you know what? If you feel compelled to go and rally and blow whistles and bang on garbage cans and obstruct ICE and protest ICE, I would leave the gun at home. quite honestly. Now, I know you have the right to carry it, but I might not bring it on that trip, honestly. But yeah, Trump and Noam and others are spinning it saying, if he didn't have the gun, he'd be alive today. I don't know. Meanwhile, CNN is reporting the following, the latest. Alex Preddy broke a rib in the confrontation with federal agents a week before his death. So he was known to ICE agents. He had already been involved in an altercation that broke his rib. Sources told CNN about Preddy a week before he was shot to death just last weekend. He suffered a broken rib when a group of federal officers tackled him while he was protesting their attempt to detain other individuals. So Preddy had been involved a week prior, and it got physical. And interesting development. Have I taken my last break of this hour? Now I can't remember. I don't think I have. Let's do that now. One final break this hour, and then we'll make a run for the finish line. We're in the final chapter of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on this Wednesday.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Our Facebook comment section for the show. Joe checks in and says, to hell with ICE. Look, I think like a lot of Americans, we're not happy with the way ICE has conducted their operations. I'm not. if we're truly rounding up illegals, that's fine. If people are in the country illegally, especially if they have done crimes while they're here illegally, I got no problem throwing them to the ground and cuffing them and kicking them the heck out of the USA. But ICE's rough handling of protesters, people's right to protest and hold up a phone and video what's happening, the way that's been handled with a right-in-your-face blast of mace powder, or whatever the heck those things are, flashbang grenades, and all that that's extra. And to me, it just smacks of poorly trained ICE agents. I don't know who these guys are. Are these guys that couldn't hack the military, couldn't get a job with law enforcement, and now they're ICE dudes? I don't know who they are. They seem like just a bunch of weekend warriors, a bunch of cosplay soldiers that aren't very well trained. And everything they do indicates to me that most of what they do is fear-based. They're afraid of getting hurt. So I don't know. I don't like what they're doing. I don't like what I see. I don't like the pictures and the video. I don't like the protesters either. They're a pain in the butt. I don't like anything about it. I want it all to go away. But ICE, the agents working for ICE, they have to be better trained. I don't know what their training is. I don't know what the orders from above are. Like, go ahead and do this. If someone videos you, you knock them down and shoot them in the back. I don't know what the word is, but I think a lot of it is just freelance. Like, this is what I'm going to do in the moment. And you can't do that. We sit in the military. There's a chain of command. And in law enforcement, any police chief, any sheriff will tell you, there's conduct of an officer. And there are guardrails, man. These are the things you can and cannot do to citizens of the United States. Yeah, I don't like a lot of it. Trump says he's going to review and investigate the whole Preddy killing. Rod Miller got a tattoo. Just like as a non sequitur, I'll just throw that out there out of nowhere. Rod Miller got a tattoo. Throw that right in there behind, national headlines. Preddy was killed in an ICE incident in Minneapolis. And in other news, Rod Miller got inked. Rod Miller, former Cowboy State Daily columnist, now doing his thing at Wildfile. Very popular, funny guy. I've reached out. I called him up. I said, Rod, you got to get on the show, man. You're funny. You got a lot of great stories, great insight. And I noticed on the Facebook page, that's the only way we communicate now. I noticed on the Facebooks that he got tattooed, his first tattoo ever at age, well, I don't want to give away his age, but he's not 20. And he got himself tattooed. Find out what it is. You can go look it up on his socials. Rod Miller is now tattooed officially. It's about time, Rod. Everybody else got one. The Cheyenne Council delayed the third reading of the controversial inspection warrant. We had one of the city council dudes on. He explained it better to me because what it first sounded like is the Cheyenne City Council was considering an ordinance that would expand the ability of, let's say, the fire department or the local electric engineer to bang down your door and make sure your wiring was up to snuff. I mean, like serve a warrant on you. Like, here we are, safety inspection. And this thing had passed the first reading, passed the second reading, and meanwhile, people were showing up in the public comment saying, this sounds bad. This sounds like an infringement of our Fourth Amendment. The right to live in our house and not have somebody ram the door down just to look at my refrigerator wiring or make sure the fireplace was up to code. The ordinance would allow Cheyenne's fire departments and other city workers to enter people's homes and businesses for the purpose of safety inspections, the kind that are not scheduled ahead of time, that are just knock and enter. And maybe when you're not even home, they could go into your place of residence. One of the city council members explained to me what started this whole idea and what it really was. Because on the surface, it certainly sounds like an infringement of the Fourth Amendment. But we learned a little bit more about what it was about. Like, for instance, a absentee homeowner, somebody who doesn't even live in the state of Wyoming, has a property in Cheyenne and they haven't been to it in years, maybe a decade or more, and is falling apart, falling into disrepair. And it is a legit fire hazard. Can, with the absence of any homeowner answering emails or phone calls, can the city go in there and make sure the place is not going to burn down? That's how it was explained to be. Meanwhile, there are still people who are not down with it. They don't like it. They say they worry about the Fourth Amendment rights. And the third reading, which would have made it official ordinance, has been postponed. What we're learning from the story from Kate Meadows in the Cowboy State Daily. You want to check that out. All right, we is out of time on the Wednesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. What a great show we had. Oh, by the way, breaking news with Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Degenfelder. We're learning breaking news. Go check that out in the Cowboy State Daily. But we are flat out of time. On that teaser, I got to leave you. See you tomorrow, same time. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes